All right, and are we live?
Mm-hmm. Looks like it.
Perfect, thank you. Great. Hello and welcome back everyone to the Roll Plus Bonds 6th annual charity livestream. We are supporting medical aid for Palestinians. There's technically a ceasefire going on, but just this morning all aid was stopped from entering Gaza, and there's still a lot of people who need short and long-term medical aid, supplies, food. So donating is still very relevant and still very helpful to a lot of people who could use it. So far, we have raised £4,313, which, if you are an American like me, equates to about 5.4 thousand American dollars, which is very awesome. Thank you, everyone who has donated so far. And remember, like, even if it's not a lot, donating just a few dollars or pounds in this case still can help, and like every little bit counts. Today, we are playing Be Seeing You by Tanya Floaker, a game about authoritarianism, surreal spaces, trying to escape both, and the TV show The Prisoner from 1967. The music that you just barely heard before we entered is I Am Not a Number, which is the theme tune to The Prisoner's Dilemma, a podcast discussing said TV show done by Matthew Gusdile and Brendan. I don't know if it's a Brendan anything else, so just Brendan. Check that out if you have
Brendan McLeod.
Yes.
Brendan McLeod. Thank you. I only know the Discord name, which is just the first name. Yeah, check out both the podcast and the music if that sounded fun, interesting, etc. I am Ash. I am facilitating this game. I use any pronouns. The game is GM-less, so we'll kind of be sharing roles and figuring stuff out as we go. Do you want us kind of like start from the top then and then go down for everybody else introductions?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
I'm Allie. He, they. I'm I'm excited to play.
Hi, I'm Anna. I usually her pronouns. You may see that when Roll Plus Bot says that who's playing, that you'll see a name Ren, but apparently she had to drop out, so I'll be taking their place and I'll be filling in here.
And I'm Ian. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm excited to be here for the end of the anniversary stream this year. Usually asleep by this point in the process.
Yeah, you sleep, sane, relaxing. I signed up for this slot to facilitate, and then realized like 2 hours later, oh, that's the last slot of the entire live stream. What am I doing? That's so much pressure. But here we are. We're gonna do fantastic. There've been a lot of great games so far. This is definitely going to be the best. So don't go to sleep. Don't rest. Stay here. Keep watching us, and keep donating.
But do stay hydrated.
Yes. Take care of yourself, but only the ways let you continue to interact with us and the stream and the chat. Okay. Anything else? Or do you want to go ahead and get started with the beginning of the game?
I'm ready to hop right into it.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm going to introduce kind of what this game is, what it's about. I'm going to read a couple of paragraphs from the rulebook. This is the section terminology. A cipher character will be collectively created and referred to as the prisoner. Our protagonist is trapped in a strange surveillance microstate known only as the Village. This supposedly open prison is overseen by a series of different figurehead characters, each one known as the Administrator. Finally, all other supporting characters are known as the Residents. These terms may refer to either the appropriate story elements or the person who has final say on their narration at any given time. During play, we will take turns in the roles of the prisoner, each playing the same character as we see fit. We will also take turns controlling the various administrators and residents, as well as describing the imaginary, yet familiar, locations they inhabit in the village. The game rules will indicate who can provide narration at various points. The rules also indicate when they should intervene in the narrative, shaping the direction of the story. So there's a couple basic roles, that are kind of going to get shuffled between players and rotated as we go through. The first thing that we then do to kind of ring in this game, I guess, so to speak, and on the slides, go ahead to second slide right there. We're going to flesh out a little bit of who the prisoner is, and maybe get a taste of the character before we get into actual full play. So there is a information thing here that has a series of like short vignettes. We will pick someone to begin as the prisoner and give a quick description of like of the vignette in question and kind of just go down 1 through 5 in that order. Is there someone who wants to begin as the prisoner and kick off with this first scene or the first vignette? What style / look do you want to perfect?
I'm happy to do that if that's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, go
that's
for it.
great.
I kind of want to say like a style of like sleek sort of like not carbon fiber, but you know like like the jackets, like the black jackets that are like form fitting and like kind of glossy. You know what I'm talking about? It's like that neo urban sort of vibe. I don't know if that's a great way to describe it.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. But like metal accents and black sort of stealth kind of stuff. I like that.
Yeah, so this is what they're wearing if they like burst into an office where some vague not the administrator, that's a different thing. Administrative-esque person is behind a desk.
Yeah, I think like they bust in and sort of like frantically just like uh hmm. I think they sort of vault the desk actually of this person and like hide behind it watching the door as this administrative person like seems a little bit stunned to see them in the room.
With this like sleek urban style.
Mhm.
All right. Anna, do you want to go ahead and just carry on down the list and take vignette number 2 and answer that question?
Sure. What personality trait always gets you into trouble? Use to describe how the same trait in the prisoner riles up the man sat behind the desk. Um, so, um, Ali, you said that like can you hit me one more time with like the image you said? I think I missed
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, it's like glossy black kind of look, like form-fitting jackets kind of thing. I think like skinny jeans, or something like that, something you can still move in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. So the scene is like this prisoner, or soon to be prisoner, I presume, um, bursts into the office where they encounter this administrative figure, and that's the personality trait, or the personality trait here is revealed. Um, I think I think it's like a brashness. I think that's what it is. I think um there's an expectation when you are like going into a room with someone sitting behind a desk that you sit on the other side of the desk and then you like respect like the sort of line established by the desk as it draws in the room. But I think this kind of this person in their like uh sleek jacket and skinny jeans actually just like um goes to like the bookshelf behind this desk and just takes a book off of it and starts flipping through it. Um, is just very willing to like um yeah, is like I just think that this person is just brash. I think that's
Yeah.
where I'm gonna leave it.
Like treating this person as like this opposite, like they control the space, not whoever's behind the
Exactly.
desk.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. It's very fun. It's gonna be great to have that in like an authoritarian like microstate.
That was yeah,
No,
I'm
this
kind
is
of
my house now.
it's a bit of a pull.
This is a lovely office. It's a pity that it's you who owns it, not me.
Yeah. I would love to check out this bookshelf personally.
Okay. Third question then, just to carry on down the line. Which part of yourself would you never give up, no matter what? The urge to say something like hair is so strong. But
Oh
I
my
feel like
god,
we
that's
can
so
do it.
funny.
We will not have a bald character. Yeah.
It is I, the prisoner, Samson. See, gonna pull a little bit from actual like prisoner stuff here. I think that the person that don't give up is like I think it's like their heart, and that means not like the little heart, but like they will not pretend to like somebody that they don't. They will not like hide their dislike for somebody that they hate. They will be upfront about their emotions and like relationships to others, whether that's like romantic, platonic, and that they're not gonna let someone else like change them or push them into showing affection or emotion or hatred for someone and that they don't actually feel.
That's awesome.
That's really
Yeah, I
cool.
love
Yeah.
that. Love that.
So yeah, I think that they come in and like slam this like resignation letter on the desk. So sorry, they go over, look at the bookshelf for a while, read through some books, and I kind of like pull out like the resignation letter, and I kind of like toss it over onto the desk, and just like say like they should know better than to give me that kind of job.
That's great. That's so good.
Next.
What does your ideal home look like? So the prisoner, after having slammed down the resignation, goes back to their home, which I think is a like an apartment in a high-rise building. It's large. I suspect that the building isn't it isn't exceptionally large, but this is like there's maybe only one or two other apartments on the floor besides the prisoners, and the look is all glass everything. To a certain degree, this is reflecting, no pun intended, their openness. It's there are walls, but they're all transparent. I think I think at most there's like frosted glass and things like that. To contrast with this, I think the furnishings are very. I don't want to say antique exactly, but like polished wood, that sort of thing. Like the architecture and the furnishings of the decor.
Is the furnishings are they like the Victorian style or like the old style, or is it like just wood, like IKEA kind of style?
Definitely not IKEA style. I don't know. It's definitely more towards a Victorian or something like that. I don't know if it's quite has that actual age to it, but definitely like a more hand worked quality to it. This isn't exactly right, but the contrast in my head is like in New Battlestar Galactica, when occasionally there would just be a piece of furniture in one of the Cylon spaceships. That seemed very juxtaposed with its surroundings. I think there is a certain clash here, but it works for our prisoner as they return home, and I think they walk out to one of the walls looking out and are looking down over the city below, notably with their back to the door to their apartment.
Can I ask for a detail about this? How high is this apartment? Like you said, it was like a penthouse style. How high is it off the ground?
Let's say let's go like 20 stories. Not like huge, not like tallest in the world skyscraper, but like this is a building that is very much a looking down on the rest of the city.
That's such a great visual here.
briefly, I saw this several minutes ago and forgot to call it out. Thank you, Sean Gill, for donating £25.
Thank you.
That's my brother.
Let's go.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah.
Yes, pull on those familial strings to get them to donate to good causes. Okay, I believe we are back up at the top with Ali then for question number 5.
Right. What do you hate most about authority figures? I think it's sort of like you don't know which of your neighbors could be like part of it kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So I think this is embodied in like maybe the agent wearing some sort of mask or like or something just very non-personal, you know what I mean? I kind of like the idea of a mask though. Maybe like one of those old like Phantom of the Opera kind of masks.
Is it a full face mask, like literally like a Phantom of the Opera mask with like only half?
I think it's the half mask, but like a hood too, or something like that, to also like cover features and that kind of thing.
And and like that kind of blank and featureless style of it, not like an elaborate design or anything. Yes, cool.
Yeah, not like a masquerade, but like a mask you get to conceal identity, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. How does this figure end up knocking the prisoner unconscious?
I think it's like their house is like this big glass sort of it's not necessarily see-through, right? It's frosted. But I think when the prisoner falls asleep that night, or I don't know if they'd fall asleep at night. Maybe they're like relaxing in the living room or something. I think the figure, the administrator, sort of cracks the lock on their door, not loud but kind of quiet, and creeps up behind them and just sort of I don't think Rottweiler is the word, but like chokes them out from behind kind of thing.
Violent.
Yeah.
Okay, then when we open back up, we'll be in a very different location. But first, we should decide roles. So again, the 4 roles in this game are the prisoner, the village, the administrator, and the residents.
Yes.
Does anybody have any preferences for any of those? And actually, if people want, would it be helpful if we went over like the roles and goals of each of those groups before deciding?
Sure.
Yeah, just briefly, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to see if there's a thing I can screen cap for this.
Yeah, I think there's something in the book. We also have the roles and goals in the Google Slides. If you want to go to slide number 5, it looks like they'll take us to the prisoner. Okay.
Oh, nice.
There we go. Yeah, I've also took some basic notes on what we mentioned those in those vignettes for the what we know sections, just so we have those written down somewhere at least.
Very useful.
Yeah. The role of the prisoner is they're the protagonist of the story. It's the same character no matter who is playing them. Details will be provided during creation, but their actual identity will never be revealed. They're only referred to as the prisoner without any gendered language. Whoever is controlling them at the time has final say over actions, thoughts, or reactions of the prisoner. We try and keep some consistency with the portrayal, like some things that may in common, especially these kind of like starting major elements we decided here, and also embrace like contradictions, new ideas, and if the character has changed over time. During episodes, the prisoner will try to investigate the residents to learn who are jailers and who are prisoners, undermine the administrator by keeping the reasons for their resignation private, find a way to get into the presence of control in all caps, and that's related to like the village, try and confront it, and then escape from the village to have it exposed and abolished, and pursuing at least one of those in each scene.
Mhm.
Onto the village next. Does
Fine.
somebody else want to read out the role and goals here? So it's not just me
Yeah.
speaking for 5 minutes straight.
Sure, I can do it. So the village, the story is set in an ambiguous location known only as the village. It has a timeless atmosphere. When this player is asked to create a location, they take an index card and write down the name, the aesthetic/style, the overt purpose for the location, and something uncanny, odd, or wrong about it. The architecture and technology ranges from Industrial Revolution up to 20 years in the future. As the story progresses, details can be added or changed for each location. The person in this role will have the final say over scene setting. This includes technology and other environmental factors both in the village and beyond.
And the
I think.
goals?
Oh yeah,
Or-
sure. During the episodes, the village will strive to achieve one at least of the following goals in each scene: to set the scene a new or existing location, bringing each to life with unique flavor and distinct look. 2. Attempt to constrain the prisoner within the physical and psychological boundaries. 3. Introduce supposedly useful or novel technology. And 4. Slowly turn the architecture and technology against everyone in the village.
And then do you have a comment or thought?
Yeah, I'd be okay picking up the village for the first one if like the having somebody with an opinion would be useful.
Okay. Yeah, happy to agree with that for now. And then as we if you want to change that or you want to change like who goes around,
Totally.
yeah, like saying like it's not set in stone, but sounds good to
Yeah.
me. Okay.
Up to slide 7 or slide 8?
Yep, with the administrator. Who
Uh,
wants to take this one?
I can read this.
Perfect.
The administrator. When you are past this role at the start of an episode, create a new administrator character. Describe their look and demeanor. The administrator has been charged by control with maintaining order in the village. They report to the always off-screen control. Their overt goal is to learn why the prisoner resigned, with the covert goal of making them conform, rehabilitating them into a functioning member of the village. The person in this role has final say over the thoughts and actions of the administrator, as well as any plans to win over or break the prisoner. Goals are, during the episode, the administrator is ordered by control to achieve at least one of the following goals in each scene. Learn all you can about why the prisoner resigned, prevent the prisoner from undermining your authority, push the prisoner into compromise, conformity, assimilation, and submission, and return the prisoner to the village when they believe they have escaped.
Awesome. Does anyone want to volunteer to run the administrator?
I would be happy to.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Any other takers or comments on that?
None for me.
All right. Then over on to slide 10 for the residents, the last of these. And Ali, you want to take this?
Absolutely. The residents. While a geographically small area, the village is composed of people from all parts of the world. This gives a massive clash of styles, cultures, and languages. Some embrace the new normal, while others rebel. While this player is asked to create a supporting character, they take a reference card and write down the assigned number they are known by, the role they at least seem to fit, their look, and the demeanor that comes across to others. As the story progresses, details can be added to or changed for each resident. The person in this role has final say over the thoughts, actions, and private agenda for each resident. Goals. During the episodes, the residents will strive to achieve at least one of the following goals in each scene. Introduce an existing resident, or create a new one who will further the plot. Only ever refer to others by their title, codename, or number. Never use names. Hint at each resident's private agenda, revealing them to twist the plot in unexpected ways. Watching, always watching.
Okay. Ali, are you drawn more towards the residents or the prisoner for the first tour through the village?
I think the residents, honestly.
Okay. Sounds good to me. So we just confirmed that we have, as the last one over, I'll be running the prisoner. Anna, you're running the village. Ian, you're the administrator, and Ali, you are the residents.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first thing we do then is last thing we saw was the prisoner or pre-prisoner, whatever, being like knocked unconscious. And next we go, and this is on they wake up somewhere else. But first the person in charge of the village is going to describe the prisoner's home. This is on slide 7 in the slides. We'll do that. So yeah, just to briefly read from the book, the person in the role of the village takes an index card or similar and creates the location of the prisoner's home. Use the aesthetic or style previously established, the overt purpose of the place where the prisoner lives, and the odd detail of it being moved to the village. Place it on the table. In this case, just write it on here.
Awesome. I think what I'd like to do here, I love the design for these slides, by the way. They're very good. I think I'm trying to figure out how I want to describe this. It's the touchstone I have in my mind is like my grandparents' house when I was a small child. So I think there's like everything there, you can like smell and kind of like taste the dust in the air. I think there's curtains and like drapes that are framing all of the windows. It's a small building that is like not in a tower, it is on the ground, it only has one floor. And then there's like all the furniture is like I think it's like more like crafted in like hand carved wood in a way that would feel at home in the prisoner's house, at least their old house. But is instead like has is patterned with like very specific patterns that you feel like you should recognize as like some of the canonical patterns, like a plaid or a paisley, but are different in ways that you can't quite pin down. Like they don't quite tile, if that makes sense. It always feels like every single like inch is like a little bit different than all of the other inches, and it's a little weird.
Imperfect, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that.
But I think like accent colors, I think there's a lot of baby blue in this space. There's I think a lot of like greens. I think there's a lot of like flower and floral designs, but again, not a flower that you would recognize. Like if you asked somebody who had never seen a flower to draw a flower based on a few descriptions. I'll write some of this down because that was a lot that I just said.
Yeah, sound like it's like mostly kind of almost gotten rid of like the fancy like hyper urban skyscraper thing, and is just like this is just like the decor expanded to being the rest of the home. Cool. All right. Next up, the prisoner narrates waking up from their forced slumber, and the reaction they have when they look out the window and see the village for the first time. And then the village and the residents will set the scene outside the window, and then the administrator will show up after that. So I think that with what we have here about the prisoner is we know that they are brash and tend to take control of like situations. So I think upon waking up, the first thing that they do is looking around at this place, which is reminiscent but unfamiliar and has these like weird patterns. They're going to try and see if they can fix it, and are going to like poke around in like drawers and places around this home. I think this is a village question. Are there like scissors or knives or things to like potentially cut and remake fabric in this place, or does the prisoner not have access to those within their home?
There is exactly one pair of Crayola branded safety scissors that have a teal handle, and I think you tell me if this is correct, but I suspect the prisoner has a hard time fitting his fingers into the holes.
I think that they look at the scissors and don't even pick them up, and just kind of like like close the drawer back again and be like, nope, and just move on. And then go to try and like get a larger eye view, and not used to. Normally, the prisoner can just kind of like look anywhere in their home basically and already see the outside world. But here they have to move over to a window and actually like move some drapes outside.
I think there's like a cloud of dust that like sort of wafts out of the drapes as you move them, and you
Yeah.
probably like sneeze or cough or like you have to like brush it out of the way.
Mhm. Briefly before the outside world is described, I thank you to Siri for the £25 donation. Reads,
Whoa, thank you,
passing off the
Siri.
torch. Have fun with the last game, y'all.
Thank
I think
you.
that was probably a while ago. But yeah, so between the village and the residents, what do the prisoners see as they open up the window?
I'd be happy to follow up about the residents if you just want to briefly give a little image of the village.
Yeah, I think you look out the front window and you see a little bit of a yard in front of you. I think it's about maybe 10 feet long of grass that is like very regularly mowed, or at least it looks it, because it looks like it must have been mowed earlier this morning. Um, and you see the sun in the distance in that looks like it's going down towards the horizon. Um, but you're not sure. But you see a little like cobblestone pathway past the yard that is lined with deciduous trees that like look to be bearing some kind of fruit. And I think in between each tree, it's like a tree, and then there's a street lamp, and then a tree, and then a street lamp that are alternating along the pathway.
Like a very patterned, very sort of structured kind of place.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Another donation by Ari for £25 before series as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ari.
Thank you. Yeah, I think much in the same way. Like, I actually think the residents would not be out of place in like a suburb that you'd see in like the modern day. Especially like I think there are a couple of them like out there like watering their 10-foot lawn or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think like somebody's walking a dog out there. It's like it's almost surreal how real it is, like to the like people just living their lives.
Totally.
Is this overall, does this look like just a normal house in the suburbs, or is there something here that makes it look like clearly uncanny?
I think the uncanny thing about it is that suburb houses, at least in my understanding of them, are usually bigger. They look more modern. This looks like a house that's been here for 100 years, and it's too small to be like a house that could have been constructed anytime sooner. It's like, it feels like it is constructed like it's a part of like a theme park, like it's a fake house for Disneyland or something. Like it's embodying an aesthetic of like it's like, what if you tried to make cottagecore a reality in a like suburban development?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the uncanny thing about it.
Yeah. Okay. I think that so upon seeing this, the prisoner is just going to kind of like close the blinds again, turn and go to try and find like a phone or some way of like contacting the outside world. Because
You
this isn't
have
right.
Yeah, you have a rotary phone.
Cool. Um, I think that I pick up the phone, and before I like can even like start to dial something, I just hear a voice saying, "Your call has been accepted. Please wait, and you will be seen to shortly." And I think that is like exactly when there's a knock on the door from the administrator, or is it not a knock?
So it is a knock. It's a sharp knock, sharp in the sense of it's clearly some sort of object. Not like this isn't someone knocking with their hand. You can tell there's something about it that it's like a knock with an object.
Mhm.
And yeah, I think it is literally the moment that it says you will be seen to shortly. Knock, knock, knock.
Yeah, do you want to shift over to slide number 9 so we can write down those details?
Some
Perfect. Yeah, I will put the prisoner will put down the phone and go over and open the door. What do they see?
I think they see a person in a like a relaxed suit. No tie, open at the collar, well fitted. Blue, like a dark blue with maybe a cream shirt. But I think most notably is that the administrator is also wearing the sort of mask that the person who abducted the prisoner from their home was wearing. This administrator is going to use he/him pronouns. And I think just smile. I think there's like a immaculately groomed, like incredibly thin, just like running along the jawline beard and nothing else. Like a pencil must. What if a pencil mustache was a beard?
It's literally
Uh,
outlining the face and doing nothing else.
Exactly. And has by the time you go to the door has both his hands behind his back, so you can't see what he may have been knocking with. And smiles and says, "Welcome. How are you finding the place?"
I'm just trying to think of a response. Um, yeah, I think the response is it's a bit dusty. The previous resident must not have taken very good care of it. Can I help you?
That's what I was going to ask you. Dusty, you say? We'll take care of that. And why don't you step out for a moment? We'll have the we'll have the cleaners go through, get that freshened up for you. We you came to us on short notice. We weren't able to get quite everything in place for you. In the meanwhile, I can show you around.
Uh, where? Show me around where, to be precise. I'm fairly certain I could figure out where this is on my own if needs be, and I don't plan on staying here very long.
A very 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 polite laugh at that. I suspect you would find that more challenging than you believe than you think. But no, this is your home. This is the village. Um, come now, come now. We'll get you oriented.
I think that the door is closed in your face. The prisoner goes back inside, goes to the drawer, pulls out those like safety tip Crayola scissors, and like with like either like a twist or like hitting like on the corner of like a counter or something, breaks off like the safety tip of like the very tip of the scissors, so that there's now at
Wow.
least some kind of like something gesturing at like a point.
Mhm.
And then we'll pocket those, and then we'll go and open the door again and go. I seem to have a surplus of time upon my hands. Lead the way.
When you reopen the door, the administrator has in their left hand one of the fruits off the trees. And in the other hand has like a folding knife, which they have cut a slice out of that out of, and extends the slice to you, also extending in the hand with the knife, so also kind of pointing a knife at you while doing so. Do you care for some?
I will take the piece of fruit, and then at the same time with the other hand take the knife as well. Thank you. There seems to have been some error in setting up the home. Was missing a few necessities.
As I said, you came on short notice. Now, let's go for a stroll. What points do we need to hit here before? Because we switch a fair bit here.
Yeah, rolls all rotate. Do you want
Yeah.
to just know that it gets passed on to the person below you, and then
Okay
loop
with
back
that.
up?
All right. Then yeah, I think we start walking down the little road here that was described, and just so and the administrator simply says, I'll just give you a quick tour. You'll have plenty of time to familiarize yourself. You're going to be here for, well, I was going to say be here for a while, but really that's up to you. But at least for now, this is your home, and we're here to make it as pleasant of one as we can.
Okay. So all roles switch. So now I believe Ali is Ali's the administrator. Uh, Anna is the residence. I
Awesome.
am the village. Ian is the prisoner. And the person with the village will introduce a new location. The person in charge of the residence will introduce at least one new supporting character as a location, and then have like a short scene there to get an idea of what the place looks like, some people who go there, and then we rotate again, move on to the next one. After each person has introduced their own location, we will rotate one last time and come back to the prisoner's home. That all make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. I think we want to pop back up to the location slide, then number 7. And the notes here, Disneyland style cottage course for suburban development. I took some basic notes on the slide before that for like large scale village
Oh.
stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
so
Thank
feel
you.
free to copy that over and like replace what I had like as needed.
I'll add to it, but yeah.
All right. So I think I'm the village now, which means I suddenly have to decide a new location. You know what? Okay,
Uh-huh.
okay. Uh, the first place that the administrator brings the prisoner is a large kind of like closed off building with seems to be made of like mostly cement, but there is like ivy growing on it. There's like some bricks, some patchwork. It is similar to it looks like a building that was then changed to conform to some of the larger surroundings of kind of like olden-esque Victorian style stuff. Um, I'm trying to think of a good name for this place before I say what the inside looks like. Uh, hmm. Yeah, I think this is the Silver Platter. And upon walking inside, um, you see that this is a diner or a restaurant of some kind. There are like people like behind a counter making food. There are like chairs with people like sitting down. This is also a hall of mirrors where the walls and the ceiling and even some areas of the floor, although not where you need to walk, are covered in like a reflective material that reflects you and the surroundings back, but in kind of weird and distorted ways. There are only a
Awesome.
couple places that are like quote unquote safe to look, and even if you were like trying to hold a conversation with somebody, you'll probably be seeing your own twisted reflection like from behind them. Yeah, so that is the
That's a nightmare combination. Yeah.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
that is the location. Do the administrator and prisoner want to like I guess, narrate their entry into this place before the resident brings in someone?
Yeah, I think the administrator leads the prisoner into the room and says, "If you're ever hungry for a bite to eat, this is one of the village's hottest new restaurants, the Silver Platter. Amazing food here, amazing food, great ambiance."
Yes, I can tell.
You seem perturbed.
Uh, something wrong with just a straightforward reflection?
Well, that's too simple, isn't it? I think the administrator sort of chuckles politely. Um, yeah. I don't know. I think there's probably people here eating. I don't know exactly.
I mean, I can introduce the character of the resident if you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so you walk into inside, and you're greeted by somebody like I imagine it's really hard to like have any sense of depth perception around here, just because of the plethora of mirrors. But somebody appears to definitely be able to navigate the space, and is wearing like I think um like a button down like a blouse and an apron and like black slacks and comes over to you and says um oh this is the new person in town. I can get you a table, wouldn't that be nice? And this is the waiter or the waitress rather at the Silver Platter who ends every sentence with wouldn't that be nice?
Do you want to duck over to slide number 11 to write them down?
Oh, I should do that. Yeah. Oh.
Well, friend, feeling a little more, feeling peckish for a little more than just a slice. Oops, sorry, I'm not the
I'm sorry, I got
administrator
confused there. My
anymore.
bad. My bad. Yeah, my bad. I was like, do I? Okay, yeah. we're
No,
good.
you're good. I'm the rotating is getting me is all.
You're good. You're good. I think yeah, I mean I think that's what the administrator says to the prisoner. Feeling peckish for a slice?
Uh, thanks. I've already eaten, and like takes the last little piece of the fruit and pops it into their mouth, and I think flicks their hand out trying to get any like juice off. Curious to see. I think is looking to see what happens if like moisture gets down onto these mirrors or anything. Um, is that what this is to be then? Uh, uh, is that what this is going to be then? You take me to some carnival hall turned uh, 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 turned cafe and you think I'm going to what?
Well, I'm just hoping to show you the best that our little village has to offer. I mean, this is a lot of people would be jealous in your position, I would say. Be given a tour by someone so familiar with town.
Oh, you don't do this with all the new arrivals?
No, not at all.
I understand that it can take a little bit of adjusting to get used to the village, but once you're ready, I'm sure we can get you a nice meal, a nice warm meal. Wouldn't that be nice?
It would not. I won't be here long enough to need that. Thank you.
Come now, let's move on to the next place before you hurt. What do you think your the waitress's like number designation is?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, should I give this character a number?
Yeah, I think now would be the time if the administrator is like mentioning them.
Yeah, I would say let's say 17.
Let's get going before you hurt 17's feelings. And I think the administrator will escort the prisoner out.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So the next rotation then. So I'm trying to keep track of this.
Yeah.
I am
Ali is the
the
prisoner.
yeah. I am the authority.
I'm gonna write this in our chat just so we know which way this is going.
That's probably a good idea.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Then Ash, you're the residence and I'm the village.
Yes.
Okay. And is this the final location or is there one after this?
We each make a location. So I think that we've done.
We've done
I think
two, right?
this is only the first location. I think because
Oh, because the home doesn't count?
Okay.
yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Then I think we start with what the location is, right?
Mhm.
So
Okay.
maybe we should move back to slide 7.
It is a a windmill.
Ooh.
But it's not. It doesn't look like a real. It doesn't look like a. I mean, it's a full size windmill, but what it looks like is a windmill that would be on a mini golf course as an obstacle scaled up. Like there's just something about it. It doesn't the proportions, the space. It feels like there's nothing actually inside of it. That it's a simulacra made large. I think the blades are slowly spinning. There's no wind that you can immediately tell. And it's all done up in I think pastel colors. There is a single at the top. It's sort of like wrapping around in a band or in like the middle of a conical, otherwise like slate tile roof is just like a ring of window. This is yeah. This is the
The character rotating thing is so tricky.
yeah. What is the name of this place? It is
Totally not the panopticon.
what's something slightly more sinister than town hall?
The council? Could be.
The council seat.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's
a
good.
good one.
I think that like as you're then writing that down, as the administrator and prisoner approach, um, I think that someone is already kind of like waiting near the door to greet them. And this is I think this is a uh, hmm, decisions, questions.
Classic.
The trickiest part of things of games, having to decide things and then stick to them. Yeah, I think this is a young woman with a nice looking kind of like yeah, I think it's kind of like a I don't know much fashion, like sundress kind of thing of just like nice day, being around and like just walking outside kind of thing. But it has a like sash, kind of like the Miss America, Miss Wyoming, that kind of thing, like pageantry sash over it, that says on it, I think this is number 77 is like on the sash,
Oh,
and
nice.
is going just to say like welcome, we've been looking forward to your arrival.
The purpose of the council seat, what was it again?
I think it is like a I think it I mean I think you kind of hit on it with the panopticon. This is
Yeah.
a central bureaucratic or surveillance site. I think it's
Okay.
probably also where like offices for high ranking people within the village are.
I just need to figure out how I wanted to present it. So I think the authority turns to the prisoner, and says, "Well, this is where you can find me if you would ever need a friendly face." A 77 stands outside and greets anyone who comes in here. How are you doing today, 77?
I am doing lovely. There's only another 48 days, 6 hours, and 22 minutes before my next promotion.
That's so exciting to hear. I know you've been counting on the days for how long has it been? 300 and how many days?
312 exactly.
I'm so happy for you. Have you
That,
met
that might
our
actually add up to almost exactly 365 by accident.
have you met our newest resident?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. What exactly do you do here?
I am a council member in training. Currently, I stand here and wish people a good day as they pass.
It's very important work
You do that all day?
for 312 days.
All night, depending on the day as well. I work shifts.
Huh. And okay. And you like doing this then?
It is rewarding work.
One day, 77 is going to be a council person. It's a prestigious title. And, one day, if you are here long enough, you might even be able to be there too.
I don't see myself there.
And no, you don't now.
I think the prisoner just sort of looks at, oh my god, what was it? 77 up and down and just says, somehow I think this place is worse than the last one you took me to.
The view is quite nice if you ever are able to get to the top floor.
I hope not to.
Is that seen?
I'm okay with that being seen if we want.
So, yeah, we want to keep these pretty short, so we've got room for the other episodes come up later.
So rotate. I am the prisoner. Ash, you are the authority. Ian, you are the resident, and then Ali, you are the village.
Okay.
Cool.
Oh man, now I got to think about a location. I think this is what almost looks like almost like a prison yard, in that it's like a big slab of concrete surrounded by some very high fence. That's clearly the intention is to keep something in. And it's sort of the yard is sort of dying. There's big gates in the fence. You walk in and it's just a mass of people working on these sort of nameless factory lines, sort of just stamping metal, and that seems to be all that they're ever doing. It's just stamping the same pieces of metal over and over again with indescribable sigils and stuff. And I think this place is called the Grindstone.
Mm. So this is where it went from the windmill.
Oh, I'll go ahead and fill that in the locations here.
I think that the administrator leads the prisoner up to this location, and then doesn't really say anything. Kind of just like stands by and watches their reaction.
Just tell me, Administrator, is this fence to keep people in or out? I'm having a hard time telling.
Well, it is very important work that we do here. It would be a shame if it was disturbed.
What does that work exactly?
I'm curious what you think that looks like. You've seen a lot of things during your life, I'm sure.
I think what we would call this is in the technical biz is busy work.
If you were to have, let's say, a yard full of 20, 30 some odd people in it, working away at your request, what would you have them put to? If this is simply a waste of time, how do you make them productive?
Why not give them a paintbrush and some paints?
Why indeed.
Uh,
Is there a resident? Do you want to introduce one?
Yeah, I think the nearest of the folks here,
Do we want to go to slide 11?
Near enough to overhear this without it being like obviously without it being like actively snooping or anything. Turns to you. They are everyone here is wearing like a very faded blue like boiler suit, and they turn to you with a smile, and they like sort of roll their shoulders back. He goes, I like working with metal. I don't like painting. This is, what did you say, 20 or 30? So I think this is number 25. They are I think they are a reasonably they're on the shorter side, reasonably well muscled, but not like super well defined, if that distinction makes sense. I think they are they have hair like sort of a bowl cut, but if your hair was thinning. And I think their hair is kind of stuck to their head. They seem to be sweating a lot for how much for the apparent strenuousness of this work here. But have like a smile on their face as they talk about enjoying working with metal more than paint.
I think the prisoner goes up to this person, to 25, and what is the thing that you're working on, 25?
I think it's a sheet of thin steel ? And 25 has a large, or a decent sized metal hammer, but with a square flat head. That is a broader square that is like almost like a block for printmaking kind of a thing. So it's got a pattern on one side, and it has, I think, a little indentation for where you're supposed to strike it. On the top, and it's stamping in this pattern on the onto the metal. I think it is a similarly like a not quite tessellating correctly pattern like we saw on the prisoner's furniture.
Great. I think the prisoner like goes over, is looking over 25's shoulder for a moment, and then picks up the sheet of metal, like out from under your hands, and just looks at it. It feels like the texture of the indentations. And I think just puts it back, and I think says to 25, I think you should try using paints.
The administrator will appear next to your side and hold out a small hammer identical to the one that number 25 was using this moment ago and goes, or perhaps you should try working with metal. You seem to be rather hasty to judge.
You know, they always tell me this. I'll pass for today.
It's always tomorrow.
And the day after that, and the day after that, I keep hearing. But maybe that scene.
Yeah, I think that works. So one more rotation. So Ali is the resident, Anna is the village, I am the prisoner, and Ian is the administrator.
Okay.
Yeah. Hopping back to slide 7 for a moment, so I can write out another location real quick. This is the market, and I think what this is all the while we've been walking along these cobbled paths from location to location, and I think as we've been walking around these like winding roads that are lined by trees and lampposts from various like location to various other location, what it ends up leading towards is you realize that at some point you've been walking in a spiral, and at the center of the spiral is this big courtyard area, and there are there's like I think a fountain in the middle, and the fountain is off right now, but there's just a pool of stagnant water collecting in it, and there's I think a whole bunch of these like stalls, different booths and carts selling a variety of things, and there's I suspect a crowd milling about, the ambient chatter of people, and I think like birds flitting about from tree to tree.
What's
Is
at
a
the
like
Go ahead.
I just want to ask, like, is it like a tense like competitive thing? Is it like a cheerful like everyone's happy to chat and chatter with each other? Is it say like you come in, get your food, like and leave, or your not your food, like whatever it is you're buying? What's
Yeah.
like the tone of the location?
It's very much a watering hole, like a meeting place. People like collect and hang out here. I think there's benches, and those benches are all occupied. There's a few standing tables, and those are all occupied. I think there's a hustle and bustle, and like an ambient chatter. There's like I think if there's something eerie about this space, it's that everyone appears to be laughing at the same time, as if all overhearing the same joke that you're not hearing. But it is jovial in attitude.
And what was your question?
I think that pretty much covered what I was going to ask.
Okay. I think the prisoner here is like window shopping, basically. Going from like place to place and like not picking up anything, not touching anything, but just looking at what someone has for offer and then going on to the next person.
I can. Oh, sorry.
No, please.
I was gonna say, if unless the administrator wants to do something, I could introduce like a somebody at the market here.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Yeah. I think the prisoner comes up on one table. There is a. I think there's a man behind it who has sort of short curly red hair and a 5 o'clock shadow thing going on. Sort of a larger man, a little bit on the chubbier side, big hands, and he has this table in front of him that is just pendants, like little neck pendants, but they don't seem to have any fun designs. It's just like geometrical shapes. So there's like a square one and like a circle one and like a triangle one, you know? Um, and I think he introduces himself and says, "Oh, a new person. Hey, I'm 37. I consider myself a bit of an artist."
Do you want to head down to slide 11? So you can describe the resident there.
Yes. I will write that in there.
I think the prisoner's reaction, like looking at your amulet, goes, "An artist, very interesting. You mentioned that you were 37. What's your name, not your age?"
Oh no, that is my name.
Hmm.
Yes, that's
Is- Go ahead.
I think the administrator chimes in here because yes, you'll get used to it. It's much simpler this way. You know where you stand. You like that, don't you?
I like choosing where I stand. I'll know it afterwards. If I wanted one of these amulets, what currency do you take?
Oh, I'll take any old rocks you have. Any what can you offer? What's in your pockets?
Some things I think I'd rather keep for the time being.
Suit yourself. These things move fast.
It's true. The market is the market has quite an appetite.
If I can interject as the village and maybe overextend a little bit, I wonder if like during this interaction, some other resident comes up and gives you like passes 37 like a pile of pebbles and like grabs an amulet.
I think 37 says, "Ah, thank you, thank you," and we'll sort of exchange with this other person from the village.
We'll watch that for the moment, and then go, "Well, this has been rather enlightening." And number 37, was it?
Couldn't forget it.
I'm going to call you the artist until you can choose your own name. And then like
Oh,
goes
I'm
to
not
walk away.
not big on type. Okay.
I think with the prisoners back to him, the camera sees a scowl pass over the administrator's face for a moment when the prisoner says that. By the time the prisoner is looking at the administrator again, it's of course gone. Well then, that's not.
No.
Sorry.
No, I was gonna ask if that was the end of the scene. Clearly not. Carry on.
Well, I think we have to get back to your home for the end of the scene, which is what I was going to do. Am I if I'm reading that right? With home at last, the final scene of the tour ends with the prisoner being taken home.
Yes.
Okay. Then I think that that's not everything, but it should at least have you a little better grounded. And starts leading you out a different exit from the market. Keep in mind, you can always dial information if there's something in particular you're looking for. My office door is always open, of course. And I think you'll be settling in just fine very very soon.
I've considered myself experienced at adapting. I'm sure this place will be no different.
I think a very quick laugh at that. Ha! Yes. Excellent. An excellent spirit. You'll find your spot here soon. If it doesn't find you first, and I think as the administrator says, if it doesn't find you there first, is when we get back to the prisoner's home, which the detail here for the rules is that we see someone in janitor's clothes carrying a toolbox leaving in the other direction, probably the direction that we originally went off in. Does that make sense that we've sort of done a loop?
Yeah.
Um,
They've
But wait,
replaced the nameplate with a number. Does anyone have any ideas for what the number is?
we've had a lot of sevens in our like characters so far. I just realized that. I don't know if that has anything to do with the number that we want to give the house, but you know, that's the thing. Maybe like 27, just to follow with the format.
That's kind of fun.
Yeah.
sure.
My one thought with 77 is that like council members or council members to be get like double numbers. I don't know if you want to
Oh, that's
I
really
like
cool. I like that.
yeah.
Wait, so
My-
maybe like the prisoner is a prospective council member.
Oh yeah, that's fun. It's like you haven't decided this. We have decided that you are meant to be a council member.
Maybe
Mhm.
like a 22 then?
22. I like 22.
Yeah.
I
I'll
will
put
add
that in the
to
prisoners of home, like guess.
I'm adding it to like the prisoners information as well if you want to put it in the prisoner's home.
Okay.
A question I have for like the village, and we can all like decide or answer this, like unless the current village Anna has like a specific answer for it. One, has the sun moved while the tour has been happening, and if so, is that normal or like did it do it in a weird way?
Yeah, like I think one of the things we had talked about before playing was that we wanted the sun to move in the wrong direction here in a way that I really like. So the idea that the sun rises in the west and sets in the east. So as the prisoner got up and woke up for the day, they saw the sun low in the sky and assumed it was setting, and it happened to just get low, or like rise. It's rose more, as if it was a normal day, but it was just in the wrong orientation. So I think that's maybe as you make it back, the sun is setting behind the house, in a way that you know to be the wrong side of the Earth, the
Yeah,
wrong end of the horizon.
that's really cool. I like that.
The other question I had is throughout the entire tour, save for like the wall around the grindstone, have we ever seen any kind of wall or barrier or water or anything like that that would stop the prisoner from just walking away? Or is that just like left? You'll find out what happens when you try.
I don't think so. I think the thing I've been thinking about with respect to the village for a little bit now is it's like a casino in a sense, in a way that like it's designed to be confusing. Um so like if you follow the paths, they lead in on themselves and branch in weird ways, such that finding the thing you're trying to get to is kind of difficult. I think if we see the prisoner try and just escape and like walk off in a direction, I think we'll see what happens. But I don't think the prisoner has seen anything yet. Not like a fence, not a wall, not a lake or anything.
Yeah. Okay, then I believe that ends the home at last. We once again rotate roles.
Let's go.
Woo!
Uh,
Yeah, a little
okay.
dance.
For this part of the game, we are going to play a number of episodes. The game itself recommends 4. Depending on how long we take and how much time we have, we might do as few as 2 or more if we are able to. Each episode is composed of 3 main sections, A, B, and C. A is kind of the intro to like the stakes, what's going on, the plot of the episode. B is kind of like things ramping up, and then C is the climax. Each section, A, B, and C, kind of ends and moves on to the next one when the prisoner takes an action that can be considered compliance, defiance, or escape. If we want to go to slide number 3 for this.
Number 3.
Yeah, compliance is doing something that is taking action that we consider submitting to, playing along with, or complying with the goals of the administrator. Defiance is making active defiance, disobedience, or resistance against forces set against them, but doesn't or cannot escape. And then escaping can only be done if the independence score is greater than surveillance score, and they try to overcome an obstacle, beat their opposition, or escape. A couple of these actions also describe some of the stats we have over here on the right. Independence is the prisoner's ability to take action without the authorization of others in the village. Surveillance is the level of oversight and observation the prisoner is subjected to. And control is the direct level of like oppression and alienation a prisoner, or maybe like have their own ability to like keep a track of themselves. It's meant to be kind of ambiguous. There's another section where like as control goes up, we will introduce plot elements and like the tone of the village will shift to become less and less friendly, but I think we'll probably get to that after control increases. And you can see that like when you comply, control increases. When you do defiance, control increases. And it can only go up; it can never go down. The independence and surveillance can fluctuate more and more.
Sick.
Okay. Any questions about that or the details?
They all start at 0, right? Just to make sure. I think that was
Yes.
mentioned. But yes, okay.
Okay. So looking at the list, thank you, Anna. Ali, you are the authority or the administrator, which means you get to pick one of the starting prompts. I will take a quick screenshot of these for the chat real quickly, and also just read them out. The 4 prompts that are offered here is the residents aid in an attempt to win over the prisoner using persuasion, cajoling, and/or bribery. The prisoner hatches a plan to escape from the village and go back to their old life. The surreal or unusual methods of the village are employed in order to break the prisoner, or the prisoner attempts to directly undermine the administrator. And that'll kind of be like the main thrust of the episode.
I am rather drawn to the first one, of the residents aiding in an attempt to win over using persuasion, cajoling, and/or bribery.
Mhm. Okay, so we know that is then the basic idea of the episode, and we will add more details as we go. To describe then the first part of the episode, part A, to read this just from the book, the person in the role of the administrator introduces a new administrator character. While they are referred to by the same title, this is a new character with their own appearance and demeanor. The fate of any predecessors is never directly addressed, only alluded to. The administrator picks a prompt, done, setting the initial stages of plot or asking the other players to do so. This plot will be the drive behind the whole episode, but isn't fully fleshed out at this point. It's just a short phrase or sentence to help guide play. All players are to introduce story elements that push the prisoner into having to take actions in compliance, defiance, or the prompt an escape from the village. Whenever one of these takes place, resolve the appropriate action, then move on to number B. I guess step B, phase B.
I like phase B. It's got an energy to it. Yeah, so there's a new administrator. I think this administrator wears the same mask as the previous 2 have. It's like the sort of face mask, but like not covering the lower half of the face kind of thing. So I think that this administrator is she, her. I think she carries with her like a parasol or like an umbrella. And she has like she has sort of like a very pointy chin, like really comes down into like a point. Sort of a smaller face, but she has like bright red lipstick on. And the parasol, yeah. Did they ask you about demeanor? What do they say here? Yeah, I think the start of the scene is this administrator coming up to the prisoner's door and sort of knocking in the same way that the previous administrator did.
I think I think there's no response to your first knock.
I think it's like one more series of knocks, but a lot more forceful, and I think the administrator sort of huffs a little bit, like impatiently.
I think in the middle of the second set, the door is practically thrown open. Do we think this opens in or out? Just because it changes the energy of this, whether it's coming out towards you or not.
I like the energy of it coming out towards the authority, or towards the administrator.
Okay.
But if you don't want to do it that way, that's fine too.
No, that's fine. Are you like perfectly placed to be out just outside of the arc of it coming open?
Yeah, like that thing where it like barely like misses the nose kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, I think thrown open and a bit of a like a grin that falters a little bit, seeing not seeing the previous administrator.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you?
Oh well, you're just a joy to be around, aren't you? I am the administrator. I run this town, of course.
What happened to the last one? Or the other one? The other one.
What other one?
So it's like that, is it?
I don't know what you mean. Anyways, I was given instructions to bring you down to the I think it's a fair. I think that's what I'll call it. No, that's not in character, that's me. I was given instruction to bring you down to the fair for today.
You have fairs here.
You know, it's just like any other town, isn't it?
No, it's not.
I think is the prisoner still wearing this stuff that they came in with?
I think they're wearing the jacket, unless it was taken from them. That might be a question for the village, if like, when they woke up on the second day or whatever, all of their clothes had been moved out or something.
I think that when you woke up, the clothes were not where you would put them. And then you like went out like into like another adjoining room, and the clothes were like I think they were like I think they're like in a box on the doorstep actually. But it's like, oh no, we're not gonna invade your privacy and go into your room to put these back. We just did it to get them in the first place.
Okay. Then yeah, I think it's probably different. Are there also like, are there additional clothes, or is the prisoner stuck with one set of clothes?
I think you have like five repeats of the exact same outfit you came in.
Excellent, love it.
And like one note that says, if your wardrobe is feeling stale, feel free to dial information.
Then in that case, I think it is the same outfit, but they are making a point of trying to like wear it differently. I like the jacket will be worn closed. The jacket will be worn open. Shirt will be worn open at the neck, closed at the neck. Sleeves rolled up or not rolled up, and like committing to that for a whole day, trying to not let it just be the same thing, but also not have to ask for something.
I think in that case, like, yeah, the administrator, she looks you up and down and says, yes, you don't strike me as the type to visit villages or towns.
I don't know if that's a dig or not.
I think she says it in a way that's a dig. Like, it's a dig. Like, you don't get out much kind of thing. But I think she says, well, anyways, I should be taking you with me now.
And if I refuse?
Oh, you'll come with me.
I think I look around like behind you, maybe like expecting there to be goons or something, and then but then look back into my still, I think, uncomfortable home, and then back to you and just go, fine, let's get this over with.
Yeah, I don't think she has any sort of like motor car or anything either. But yeah, she sort of takes you and brings you down to. I think we're gonna go back to the market, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I think that makes the most sense for where a place that a fair would happen is.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I think as you move through the village, um, I don't. You're probably not, again, following like from the previous like vignettes. You're probably not going straight to the market. You're taking the same like kind of circuitous, like almost spirally route, where you're still getting there. Like you're not like wasting time, but it takes you a little bit long. You have to kind of go past some of the similar locations you saw previously. And as you go, you are seeing some like banners and signs that weren't there the previous day, episode, etc. Some are just announcing like the I think they just say the annual fair. I don't think they put a number on it.
Yeah.
There's also a couple of signs that say what was it that that the administrator said before? We're just like any other town.
Yeah.
That is a quote that is on several banners, like going around the place. Is we're just like any other town.
Like the little exclamation point behind it to show enthusiasm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the fair itself is like at the market location, but I think even like the stalls are the same, but they've been like they're the same position, they're the same size, the same people are running them, but they've been like repainted, redecorated, and now it is a thing where you go through and at each location you can compete in some kind of game or prize, and you will win points of some kind. And there is some big board when you enter, like saying like 50 points, smallest prize, 75 points, prize, 100 points, grand prize.
I think the administrator says, well, go on then. They're waiting for you.
For me.
Of course. It's a new villager in town.
How often do you get newcomers here?
Well, not every day. Besides, you're making them wait. It's quite rude.
I think somebody from the crowd it calls out as waving to you. 22.
God. I think like I think even surprising themselves, the prisoner turns to look at that.
Mhm.
And I think it's almost a mirror of the the administrator's scowl earlier upon realizing what they're doing there.
Mhm.
But turns to look and see who's calling.
And I think it's a um I think it's like a 12-year-old like kid. Like just a kid who's also here. And he's wearing like I think like overalls and like maybe uh like a t-shirt and is carrying 3 red helium balloons.
What do you want?
I'm here to wish you have a happy fair day. And then hands you a red helium balloon, expectantly, eyes big, pleading for you to take it.
I think I look back at the administrator.
I
and then
actually
back
think.
to
Oh, sorry.
no, please.
I actually don't think the administrator is standing there. Like, weirdly enough, it seems like they just like sort of vanished, but you can see that they're elsewhere. They're talking with one of these game runners. It seems like they're just whispering to them. They've taken them aside, or
Okay.
she's taken them aside.
Then like kind of looking back at the kid and sort of with an eye roll. It's like, oh, very well. And takes one of the balloons, kind of holds it the way that excuse me, just one moment. I have something stuck in my throat. Sorry about that. Yeah, holding it like at a bit of a distance of as though it had a bit of a smell to it or something, which I assume it does not.
Why are you holding it so funny?
Uh, I'm waiting to see what it does.
Haven't you ever held a balloon before?
I haven't held a balloon from here. How long have you been here?
Um, I think there's like a 5-second silence, and like a blank look of unrecognition from this young kid, and then followed by, it's just like any other balloon.
Um, I'm sure. Thank you.
If you want to get your own balloon, there's the balloon man over there, and you can get them in other colors besides red, but red's my favorite color.
Um, I think I look to where the kid is pointing. Do I see the balloon man?
Yeah, no, I think there's just a stall, of someone in a French Parisian mime outfit who is handing out balloons and balloon animals.
Um, Looking back at the kid. What's your name?
Um,
I need to leave now.
yeah,
Last repeated answer.
yeah. No, I kind of think it is like that though. It's like a you're funny. I'll see you around 22, and then leaves and just like runs off into a crowd. And you can see like the 2 balloons bobbing away.
Okay, great. Um, I think I not knowing what else to do, I look around. I think I'm telling myself I'm trying to get a lay of the land, but I'm looking for the administrator.
Mm-hmm.
I think someone taps you on your shoulder from behind.
Yeah, I think it's there isn't a physical jump to that, but there is I think on the first touch, the first tap, you get the way someone has that slight start if you catch them by surprise. I think I'm good at hiding that, but not perfectly, and I suspect you're good at noticing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you turn and you see her and she's like, "I'm sorry, I had to step away for a moment. Handle some village business, you know. But you seem like you're blending in quite well."
If you say so.
Oh,
How
don't be
young do
like
you get
that.
them here?
Well, we're just like any other village, and she points up at the sign saying that.
Another banner with the same slogan is unfurled from a nearby stall as well. They seem to be making more of these and adding them as they get finished.
We've got children here. We've got the elderly. I mean, diversity and whatnot, and everyone here.
What is it you want from them?
From them, we ask nothing. We just ask for control.
Control, huh?
Yes, we need someone to manage.
Someone like you?
Well, suppose that would be included in that. Yes, I mean, I am not a single person.
Then who is the single person, the one above you?
Well, that would be control.
I think rather theatrically looking around the crowd. And where are they?
Oh, not here. No, they are rather busy. They could not show their face here. Not you are important, but you're not that important to them.
Oh, you want to speak with control? Points at the French mime.
um uh
For time stuff, could I push for the prisoner to make some kind of decision whether to engage with the fair or refuse to?
yeah, I think this is I think the prisoner is told you're important, but you're not that important, and very very openly this time, frowns or scowls, and turns on a heel to walk back or to walk out. I think uh I don't know. Is there is there a child or some other obvious recipient for them to sort of thrust the balloon at on the way out, or are they stuck awkwardly carrying this balloon without having anyone else to give it to?
No, there's nobody, and they will there's no children around that you could bully into giving your balloon to, and there's none of the residents will make eye contact with you.
Great.
If you try to hand it to someone, they just turn it into a balloon animal and give it back.
Yeah, something like that.
No, I don't. I don't think I'm trying to just thrust it on a random adult. So if there's no obvious person, I don't think I'm
No,
actually.
You're gonna have to carry that shit back home.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that's defiance?
Sounds like it.
I think that's defiance. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so we increase independence by 1 to 1. Group narrates a prisoner being thwarted, broken, or put in their place in some way. I think we do that next. I have an idea from this from the village perspective.
I have also an idea for this, so if yeah, we can talk about it.
They can very well both happen.
Mhm.
I think that as you go back, like number 22 goes back in, or the prisoner goes back into their home, like as you cross the threshold, the balloon pops, a bunch of like glitter like pops out and it gets on you, your suit, the floor, and also like a little card that just says like I think it says congrats, you won.
Um, uh, I think it takes a moment for the prisoner to notice the card in their frustration at the glitter and stuff and trying to brush that off. But I think does see that on the ground, picks it up, and gives a bit of a like a smirking sort of um um of realizing that they were predicted in this way.
And Anna, what was your idea?
Oh, obviously we have to bring the festival to the prisoner.
That's awesome. I love that.
I actually had an idea that I think would go really well with that in step or phase B of the episode.
Awesome. Oh, we're almost there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then maybe you the prisoner you take some time to yourself in a moment of quiet away from like the carnival music or the festival music. And then out of the corner of your ear you start to hear it getting like louder again somehow. Like you thought you left it behind and you're maybe like I don't know what your reaction is there. That's not my place to say. But then after a few minutes, it starts to get even louder, and then louder, and then louder, until it sounds like it's blaring outside your house. What do you do?
Um, I think we get a like almost no, not an almost comical, a comical sequence of like trying to find things to block out the noise. I think it's first trying to like block the windows to keep the sound from coming in there, but that doesn't seem to make any sort of noticeable difference, I don't think. And
Yeah,
then it's trying to like rummaging for first thinking maybe there's actually earplugs or something. I'm guessing there's not.
no, I don't. I can't imagine.
Yeah.
There's,
And then
there's
like
not where earplugs used to be, and of the temporarily removed with a note says like sorry, removed for maintenance. We'll be back soon.
for maintenance, yes. And then trying to like fashion something to cover my ears
Yeah, and
and
I think as you're like clogging up the windows at one point, you see a big Ferris wheel right outside your window, and you're like, "How did this get here?" Um, and you have like I don't know, maybe your head under a pillow or something. You're trying, and you hear like a thump 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 knock on your door.
um
Briefly, I think we can also like go over the increasing the control and then fully
Yeah,
pivot into like episode B or
yeah, I
phase
like
B.
that.
First, I want to thank Anonymous who donated £12 to put us right up at 4,400. Thank you very much.
Nice.
woo.
Thank you, Anonymous.
Yeah, we want to go over to slide 4 to go to the control and episode narrative elements. There, the one on the left shows like how kind of the vibe of the village changes as we gain control. Currently, we are at 1 control, so still in. The administrator encourages the prisoner to integrate, make friends, and politely ignore constraints. Most residents are friendly, anxious, resigned, people obediently accepting the terror at hand. Propaganda via media, social convention, and friendly policing is ubiquitous in the village. And then over on the right, we have some narrative elements. So every time you gain a point of control, you choose one of the narrative elements based on the episode you are currently in to choose Or if you are on the second or more episode, you can choose 2 elements from a previous episode. So here the options are: a peculiar, odd, recurrent character is introduced and will appear in every episode. Disturbing, surreal, or fantastical technology is turned against the prisoner, or the prisoner angrily lashes out at those around them. And I believe that it is the prisoner themselves who chooses which of those that it is. And
Is
I
it
have
just one or is it multiple?
just one or 2 from the previous episodes, but we don't have any previous episodes yet.
Gotcha.
Man, I mean, the prisoner angrily lashes out at those around them seems obvious here, but I don't know. I'd love to have some disturbing, surreal, or fantastical technology deployed against the prisoner.
We love
I
that. We
also
love that.
I also want to mention a detail from the village perspective that might give at least an avenue for the first option, the recurring character. There's a lot of time like a bell like ringing outside, and you hear like an announcer voice, or some of the announcer saying like, we have a new grand prize winner.
Oh my god.
I think almost as soon as that is said, like not in reaction to that, but almost as soon as that is said, it just the timing works out that way. Is when the prisoner once again like gives up on trying to block out the noise, and like face bright red, teeth gritted, eyes wide, throws the door of their home back open out onto the scene.
It almost seems absurd to remember that like when you were at the fair 15-20 minutes ago, it was like stalls that had been repainted. There is a fair outside your house and around your house and kind of in your house with how loud it is. The Ferris wheel was mentioned. There is a like merry-go-round like set up nearby. They're pretty sure they're starting construction work on a roller coaster like in the yard next to yours.
Wow.
I think you also like you look at it this fair. There's like it's pretty big now, and it's a lot of people moving. But you can see like standing off on the opposite end of the fair from you, like with holding the parasol in their hand, is the administrator, just like watching you from afar.
Um, I think the prisoner just goes up to the nearest resident and is just like, what's going on? How are you doing this?
And it's the
Um,
mime.
I'm not going to try and do a bad French accent, and I'll save all the actual francophones in the chat and the audience. My own embarrassment. But I think the mime like breaks mimeism, the mime silence, just to speak in a proper French accent. Like, oh, it's not every day we get a new person in the village. Of course, we want to make you feel welcomed, and this is our way of saying welcome. Welcome to the village. Welcome home.
Oh, I feel very welcome. Now, could you knock off this racket?
Well, wouldn't you feel more excited to maybe take a ride on the Ferris wheel, or maybe try a roller coaster, or some skee ball? I've heard very good things about the skee ball.
I think the prisoner eyes the Ferris wheel, looking at how high up it goes, and I think it's the camera can see the gears turning in their head.
Huh?
And sort of with and then with no, because this is they don't hide their emotions well. So yeah, I think with a certain sense of satisfaction, with an obvious sense of satisfaction here, they fold their arms and go, "Sure, I'll ride your Ferris wheel."
um, and I think maybe the mime like sort of silence comes back up, and you are ushered over to the Ferris wheel, and you go around and around and around, and like
Can I
yeah, go
introduce
for it,
Here's
go
the
for it,
Village?
please,
Uh,
please.
First, also, I want to briefly read the B section, which says
Yes.
the plan escalates based on how the last segment wrapped up, ramp up the mood, thoughts, feelings, physical changes, and double down with new measures. Forces aimed at the prisoner should be turned up to the maximum throughout the segment, whether this helps or hinders the goals of the administrator. The prisoner should push hard to meet their goals. All players introduce story elements that push the prisoner into having to take actions in compliance, defiance, or the prompt attempt to escape from the village. When one of these takes place, resolve it and go on to sea. As we are, so the prisoner gets in the Ferris wheel and it begins. And you move for about 25 seconds. So you are, if you start off like at 6 on a clock, you've made it around to like number 7, maybe number 8, and then it stops. An announcer says like, "Very sorry, it's some broken down. Don't worry, it'll be repaired soon." Uh, and as you are like sitting here for the time being, depending on how you choose to react to that, some of the banners that say like we're like any other town, or like we're like a normal town, have started to have elements added to them, where the face or the like image of the grand prize winner is being added to these banners in like various like heroic, cool, model-esque poses.
Is the
Uh,
grand prize winner the prisoner?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay, I thought so. But
it's up to the resident to decide that. Like what happens there, like is that the prisoner or not? My thought was like, okay, if you had played, you would have been the grand prize winner. You didn't play. Now somebody else gets that glory and fame because you gave it up.
it's just like a yeah.
Ooh.
That's actually really cool though.
My
Yeah,
my
that's
uh, my,
much
my
better.
idea was that they might be named number 21, so it's one close. It's like one higher than 22.
Oh,
I like
that.
Yeah.
They literally one upped you.
I think yeah, the face of number 21 is added to all these posters over the time where you're stuck at 8 o'clock on this Ferris wheel. Like just high enough off the ground that jumping is a little bit dangerous. And I think this is a what is a good face cast for this person? Um I don't have one off the top of my head, unfortunately. But I think maybe at some point, somebody comes on like a big like PA system, and just says, "Well, it is my pleasure as number 66 to introduce the grand prize winner for this year of our festival in the Sphere Village, and that is." Drum roll, and everyone starts doing like the sort of leg tap drum roll thing. Number 21. Thank you, number 21, for participating in this year's festival. If you could come up to me and collect your prize, I would be more than happy to award it to you.
The grand prize and the camera would know that the grand prize would have been the same whether the prisoner had won it or number 21. The grand prize is a plaque that says, like, shaped like a star and reads, "You are superior."
With a period at the end, like.
And then I think you see on like a sort of makeshift stage, you see like 21 going up, smiling, being very gracious, and 66, who I'm imagining as my face cast is literally the Monopoly Man, hands it, big bow. It's a whole to do.
I think while this is going on and the camera is focused on this, in the background of the shot, we see the prisoner like climbing out of the Ferris wheel, of their Ferris wheel carriage, I guess is what you call those. But not to like jump down or anything, but to climb up, to try to get to the top, to get a look at the lay of the land, to try and see an avenue for escape.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is interesting and good for plot reasons. I'm so tempted to have the Ferris wheel start up again, but go in reverse and it's bringing you back closer to the ground.
I mean, is that the surreal technology that is turned against the prisoner?
I don't know if it's surreal so much.
I was gonna say, I think it's just comical. It was a little comical. I think, okay, we do have to have surreal. I have an idea for surreal technology employed against the prisoner, but I kind of want to say that, like, the administrator is just on top of the Ferris wheel, just like standing on the top of the cart of the top.
Oh my god,
basket, like just looking over, like presiding over, kind of. Yeah,
that's good.
Like this big long sequence of climbing up there that never once saw the administrator there, but suddenly once the prisoner pulls themselves up to the top, they are.
They're just she's just there. Yeah. And I think she sort of looks down at the whole grand prize, the whole I don't know what you would call that, celebration going on, and says, "That could have been you, you know."
I think we get the gamut of emotions running across the prisoner's face here, as they first there's like this was hard work but I have succeeded, I am triumphant, I've taken advantage of this situation, and that completely melting away when they see the administrator there, and then with gritted teeth pulls themselves still pulls themselves up, but I think pulls themselves up to stand there and goes, "Why would I care about your prizes?"
Well, why else would you resign if not to have fun?
Is that what this is about, my resignation?
Well, I'm simply wondering why it is you did that. I mean, aren't we all wondering? Only to come here and make a mockery.
My my reasons for resigning were personal. And they will stay that way.
Personal this, personal that. Everything is personal. It's not a good excuse. It's not satisfactory.
Just because the personal isn't satisfactory to you does not mean that it does not move people.
And move who exactly when you're saying this? It doesn't move me. Doesn't move control.
I think that says more about you and control than it does about me.
Well, perhaps we'll make you a model villager yet. I think the administrator takes a step towards you on the top of this Ferris wheel. I think the cart underneath is sort of. I mean, I don't want to. I guess that would probably be up to the village. But yeah, I think that the administrator takes a step towards you here.
As you take a step towards the prisoner, an explosion goes off behind you. Do you turn to look, or behind the prisoner?
Yeah.
There's fireworks.
Can I add a fun detail to the fireworks? I don't know if you're already thinking of this, Ash.
No, go for it.
Does the do the fireworks explode and create the shape of the face of 21?
Yes, absolutely.
That's
Is it-
awesome.
Is it suddenly night or at least twilight? Like having been daylight in the previous shot or whatever?
I don't think it's suddenly night. I don't think we're that deep in the
Okay.
village being weird yet. I
That's
think that
fair.
they have hoisted a large black canvas background, like with a crane or something, to create a backdrop so the fireworks are more visible.
Because that's way more reasonable than it being suddenly night.
Look, the
Holy.
sun moves backwards, but it still moves normally. Okay.
That is true. Yeah, that is true.
When the prisoner turns back, if they do, is the administrator still there, or are they gone?
I think the administrator is still there, and they are like very threateningly about to push the prisoner. I think just sort of mid stride here. There is like a point where the prisoner can react.
I'm trying to decide on a reaction that falls into one of our compliance, defiance, or escape here.
Yeah, this feels like a big moment.
Yeah, I wonder if it's I wonder if it's reacting quicker and pushing you off as defiance.
Let's go.
How does that
In
sound?
this case, is
Yeah, I love
compliance letting yourself be pushed off, defiance is pushing the other person off, escape is teleporting away?
Yeah. I get, those are like the options, I guess, right, or something. That makes sense to me, though.
Escape, you climb back into the carriage. But yeah, defiance then sounds sounds good if you're pushing off the administrator.
Or at least
You want to
trying
move
to.
slide 3?
Sorry, what was that?
Move to slide 3
Oh yes, move to slide 3.
so we can figure out what happens.
I think this is definitely defiance. I also want to say though, administrator, do you get pushed off? Do you manage to step out of the way? Does something else happen here? Because I think the intent of the prisoner is more important than the actual conclusion of the action.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I think the prisoner does push back, but I don't think that whoever this administrator is, I don't think it's like corporeal. I don't know how to explain it. Like you push back, but it's not like it's like pushing air, you know what I mean?
That's some pretty surreal technology.
Yeah, it's like that whole going back into like the weird teleporting kind of thing. It's like you phase through almost.
Which is also very fun because it means that the administrator was never actually going to push the prisoner off, but was pretending to in order to get a reaction.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's really good.
I love that.
So then, defiance. When the prisoner makes an act of defiance. Oh,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, increase independence by 1. The group narrates the prisoner being thwarted, broken, or put in their place in some way.
I think we have a little bit of the prisoner getting thwarted here. Does not meeting resistance overbalance me, and I essentially I stumble and fall?
I think that makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah.
Do you fall off the carriage entirely?
I'm fine with that. I think it would be. I mean, we know that the prisoner isn't going to suffer any permanent or isn't going to die here, and I think there's any number of things that we've set up that the village could do to prevent that from happening. So I'm fine with taking the bigger swing here of the prisoner. Yeah, the prisoner overbalances themselves and goes off the Ferris wheel.
You start to fall and you fall about 4 inches and you land on something soft and rubber, and then you keep ascending, and you have landed on a large hot air balloon that is ascending into the sky, where the balloon is in the shape of number 21's face.
Oh no!
What did we say the number 21 was the Monopoly Man, like face
That was number
cast?
66.
Oh, that was number 66. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't actually come up with the face cast for 21, but I could be convinced for anything. I don't have any very strong feelings
Kermit the
about this.
Frog.
I kind of
Oh my
imagine
God.
like yeah. That's awesome.
But yeah, I think that is how how you were saved here. And as the balloon continues up higher into the sky, you are now also kind of trapped here with this hot air balloon, and whoever is in the basket. Do you want to go ahead and switch over to slide number 4 and see which unchosen narrative element you want to add?
Mhm.
First as well, actually, that brings us to control, which means we are now on the prisoner is mainly treated with contempt or pettiness by the administrator. The residents display wariness, distrust, and occasionally have emotional outbursts. Enforcement vans, CCTV cameras, and patrols authorized to use physical violence breathe down your neck throughout the village. And then the two elements that we haven't used so far is the prisoner angrily lashes out at those around them, or a peculiar, odd, recurrent character is introduced and will appear in every episode. I think choose one of those just to say we're introducing, and then we'll take a break before we officially get into like phase C.
Yeah, I think it's one. Who do we like better for this? Do we like, or is this going to be a new character?
I think I think in like introducing or showing like 21 like on screen is kind of for the first time considering we haven't done anything, or if
Yeah,
you want
that
to bring
was.
back another character there.
I
know.
like the idea of 21. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
No, you're good. We're all saying the same thing. So.
Okay, so we're agreed then on peculiar, odd, recurrent characters introduced and will appear in every episode.
Yeah.
Cool. Then I think this is a good time to take a 10-minute break, and we will come back at 10:17 or so. Sound good to everyone?
All right.
Sounds good. See y'all
Sounds good.
soon.
Yeah, great. Okay, and it looks like we are back. Welcome back from our short break. Once again, we are playing Be Seeing You by Tanya or Tanya. I'm actually not sure the pronunciation there. Floaker, to raise money for medical aid for Palestinians. And we've got a couple of donations since last we saw or during the break. Thank you, Morning, for the £10 donation. Thanks for another great year. And thank you, King B, for the £20 donation. Bring back Rose. We want more Rose.
I mean, that's fair. Rose is great.
But yeah, with where we left off, we were just about to begin phase C of the episode. To read that from the book, players describe how the plot for the episode is reaching fever pitch or breaking down. Prisoner narrates either increasing surety or undoing. Other players narrate actions, locations, and people becoming increasingly wild or desperate. Introduce ambiguity by whether the forces arrayed against the prisoner are helping or hindering their own goals. All players bring the plot to a head where the prisoner makes one final act of compliance, defiance, or escape. When one of those takes place, resolve the appropriate action and wrap up the episode. The roles switch around and we begin a new episode. With where we left off, I believe the prisoner had just barely landed on a hot air balloon in the shape of the head of number 21, which is still ascending higher into the sky.
Did we establish what 21 is? Like, I think we said Kermit the Frog, but was that a joke or was that real?
You said, I believe specific words were, I'm open to anything. I said Kermit the Frog because that's anything. If we want to go with that, I think that's wild and crazy and kind of fun. If you want something a bit more grounded or serious or like takes it in a different direction, like Miss Piggy or something, I'll go with that.
They're more grounded, yeah. How can it be grounded when it's a hot air balloon? But I like Kermit the Frog. I think that's fun.
Yeah.
Just think I'm not going to do a French accent. I'm not going to do a Kermit the Frog voice. I am establishing that, but I do love the energy.
We can have it in our heads though as you're speaking.
Yeah.
The other idea I had that I kind of thing I gotta say is if it's someone who looks like almost exactly like the prisoner, but just like one detail different.
I kind of like that. That feels really good to me, actually.
That was the thing that I was gonna suggest. Actually, was like, yeah, very, very similar.
Is it like a facial hair or like a mole or something like that? Is that the difference?
I like a mole. I think that visually that's very good. Like, just that's the only difference.
Yeah, hair, clothes, eye color, everything else is exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. So I think the prisoner has their arms folded and is looking at this weird doppelganger of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And what are you supposed to be?
Well, I wasn't expecting any passengers.
I know you're the resident. I have a really good answer for what are you supposed to be.
Go for it. Go for it. Do it, please. I believe you.
Superior.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, just like makes eye contact with you, blinks, like gives you a once over. Superior.
I think you know, very, very, very clearly angered by that response. Hardly if you're one of these, and sort of gesturing around to the residents as a whole.
You know what they say about people in glass houses, 22.
And also your house literally had glass walls. Whoa.
The callbacks.
I'll take a glass house to this looking glass village.
Excuse me, the silver platter is very nice. It is a pinnacle of the community. Everybody loves it.
So, 22. What are you gonna do? I don't think you're gonna be able to ride in this hot air balloon forever.
I don't intend to ride in it forever. I only
Then
need
what
to
do you
ride in
intend
it
to do?
to ride in it long enough.
Two.
To leave this madhouse behind. And I think I go to pull the controls to add heat to the hot air balloon. And you know, thinking that I've lucked into my escape vehicle here.
And Ash, you're the village, but I wonder if like it does rise and then like there's a jolt in the whole hot air balloon as the tether that is connecting it to the ground goes taut.
Yeah, I think that works. Is like there's still like an obstacle here.
Yeah. You're gonna have to try a little bit harder than that.
Last we saw the prisoner, they had at least 2 sharp objects on them.
I was going to say the prisoner pulls out the folding knife and flicks it open, and I think there's a moment.
Is this the first time you've used the folding knife today?
Yes.
The blade has been replaced with the same like Crayola like fake scissor blade.
Holy.
I don't think I realize. I don't think I realize until I try to use it.
Oh, crafty. How did you get that? I didn't think they let you have that for at least a year.
You simply have to be and like clearly getting ready for some smart comment that then falls away when I realize that it's not cutting through anything.
You have to be pretty sharp to cut this.
Yeah, and then I think like lets out a growl of disgust and throws the knife down into the basket and pulls out the broken safety scissor blade instead.
Do we just want to try and resolve escape here? Is that just like what's happening? Like, I don't get the impression that 22 is the kind of person that would like try and stop you with physical force. I think 22 seems like the kind of person to me that is like, sorry, 21, the kind of person that is willing to see where this goes. Mostly out of amusement.
I think escape makes sense. I also, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, whenever I was gonna play escape until y'all felt like it had been sufficiently played.
Awesome. Then maybe, yeah, let's head to, oh, we're already at 3. Yeah, this feels good to me, unless there's anything else from this scene that we want to play out. But I feel like we're at the decision point.
One other thing that I would like to, I think this definitely is escape. I want to ask, what is the role of the administrator in this? Is this like a cutaway to what the administrator is doing? Is this the administrator shows up somehow? I want to show that the administrator is here in like phase C as well.
Yeah, I think it's I think the administrator is still on the Ferris wheel. I don't know how high up the hot air balloon is right now.
Probably
is it
far
like
enough
in
that
the
like you can see what's happened, but you can't hear it.
Okay, then maybe the administrator is like clinging to the bottom of the basket, not like inside but outside.
That's very funny.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I like that idea of just also like feeling like she has to be there to like. I think she's very confident that the prisoner isn't going to be able to do anything to escape, but I don't think Control takes very kindly to people who just don't do anything about it either, you know? So, I don't know. Maybe they do, I don't know. I don't want to put things on Control.
Either way, we can definitely say that the administrator feels like she has to be here, even despite not thinking it'll work.
Yes, yes.
And can I make a pitch for how this escape attempt fails and like return to the status quo?
I'm here for it.
I think that the much duller, like less effective like scissor blade does work. You're able to cut through the rope eventually. And then as you kind of like start ascending further, kind of like feeling victorious, another explosion rings out and a firework goes up next to the balloon, explodes, damages the like hot air balloon part, and it begins to fall. And as you look down, you see that there is a like bouncy castle near where you're going, and that's your option.
I think 21 just goes for it.
Very like calmly.
Yeah. I think maybe gives you like a sort of like a quick wave and then like a swan dive. Assassin's Creed style.
Is this where we get to use the BCU wave?
Yeah.
I think the prisoner much less calmly, but still capably, like they were someone of they were someone who would end up here, and that suggests a certain competence. Kind of flings themselves in the towards the bouncy castle as well.
Does the administrator also jump? Do we not see what happens to the administrator, or do we like? Does she like use the umbrella?
This is the last part of this episode, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think she does use the umbrella, but to what end? Like, we don't really know where she goes. Like, it presumably lands back in the fair, but yeah, I think she does like Mary Poppins with the umbrella.
Okay, and as the prisoner lands, the fair is still in full swing, and there is as the prisoner like lands, kind of like starts like move out of like the bouncy house, a cloth is pulled off, and a statue of number 21 is revealed.
Classic.
I like
Bleeding
it.
bronze.
I like the idea that it's the statue is exactly, but we've already said that the only difference is a mole. So like you could literally make it into 22 by just like shaving off one little bump.
This was actually a budget issue. They only had enough for one statue, so they're like, we have to make it of 22, and they have to find someone who looks like 22 to be the backup in case 22 doesn't play well.
And is
awesome.
And is this installed like directly opposite the prisoner's window?
I love that.
Yeah, I think it's literally the house across the street is like number 21's.
Well, sure, you have the even numbers on one side and the odd numbers on the other. That's just how streets work, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that would be lower independence by the current surveillance score. Surveillance was 0. Independence doesn't lower at all. We narrate the events, done that, and then surveillance increases by 1. So that is up there now. And I believe that's the end of the episode then.
Yeah.
Nice.
So we would pick back up with another episode. And before we begin this, again, there's normally you'd go through 4 episodes, and the main difference is the narrative events that get mentioned is like when control increases. Do we want to go on to episode 2, or do we want to skip forward to episode 3? So we've got it like ramps up a little bit.
I think given the time, it might make sense to skip to episode 3, but I don't know about you guys.
I like skipping to episode 3, and maybe we can narrate that like episodes have happened in between here, and like this is not just like the next day, but like maybe several weeks have passed, and
Yeah.
we're just
like
not seeing
that.
those episodes.
We just
The
mentioned
lost
noodle incidents
episodes.
and never described them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely down for that.
We just do like
Okay,
Family Guy callbacks or whatever.
Yeah. Do you remember when we had the beach episode?
That's a whole different game.
Oh
Remember
no,
when
you're
you
right.
told me it turns out that I was actually a clone, and then but turned out that's actually the real me, but you brought back from the dead. Good times, good times.
Yeah.
We also rotate roles again. So now Ali is the prisoner, Anna is the authority, I am the resident, and Ian is the village. Can get a version of that in the chat as well as a reminder.
Yeah.
But I believe that means that our administrator Anna is going to be picking the new prompt for the episode, and you can't do
Oh.
the same one we've already done. So it's got to be hatch a plan to escape, surreal or unusual methods to break the prisoner, or to directly undermine the administrator.
I kind of want to go directly undermine the administrator. Like, yeah, knowing that we're skipping to episode 3. So I think what I'll say is, I probably shouldn't say yet. I should actually come up with what my administrator is first. So I'm on slide 9 typing things right now, but I think what I want to go with is I'm trying to figure out how weird I should go here.
I mean, I'd say pretty weird.
Yeah.
I kind of think so too. Would it be
Get
weird to bring
wacky
back
with it.
the balloon boy as the administrator here?
Oh, that's very fun.
That's awesome. I like that. Bringing the
That's great.
Yeah. Yeah.
The idea of a child administrator is really, really wild too. I like that.
That's kind of why I was drawn to it. So maybe maybe the vibe here is the prisoner wakes up and hears a rapping, a knock at the door that they've come to expect and come to know. Oh, this is the administrator.
Yeah, I think because we're saying that time has passed here. I think. Oh, sorry, I'm not the. God.
Oh no, you're
It's
not.
the rotation. It's the rotation.
Yeah, Allie, this is you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I almost forgot that I was the prisoner too. My bad. Yeah, I think that the prisoner. I want to say by. Actually, can I get a check with the village and see like is there any changes to the house like
Oh, good.
from early on?
I think there is. Let me take a look at our control here for a second. We're at control 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then I think there. I think on the God. Yeah, we see on the ceiling. There have been installed in a couple of places. The like those little like half circle 360-degree security cameras.
Mm-hmm. Like the supermarket ones.
Yeah, exactly. That are just like the black dome. You don't actually see a lens or anything on it. But you know what it indicates. I think also, yeah, I think that's all that the village has done. Obviously, if you've tried to make changes to your home, that's different. But
I think that maybe futilely the prisoner has tried to cover the cameras up with like construction paper. Like different colored construction papers. It was just like taped lumps to their ceiling. Yeah, but I think yeah, they sort of like I think they appear a lot more tired than they did in our previous episode. Um but they don't appear to have lost any like of that like I forget what the name we named for it is, but the quality I want to say I keep trying to say zest for life. Your brashness, not zest for life.
Zest for life is so
I don't know.
They've
Yeah,
lost
they-
their flavor.
Brought out the
They've
silver platter.
lost- yeah, but they still have that sort of brash quality and everything. And I think they come up to the door as the administrator knocks, and just sort of cracks it open just a little bit and says and peeks out at the administrator.
And I think before you actually see the administrator, because you're expecting someone at height level, you see the red balloons.
I think they sort of blink twice and then say, and then like look down to the bottom of the balloons and they look confused and says, "Do I know you?"
I'm the administrator. Good morning, 22. How did you sleep last night?
Badly. You're the administrator?
I always have been.
But I saw you at the fair.
So you did. Well, maybe you would like to come with me and get some breakfast at the silver platter?
I think the prisoner sort of looks back at their house. There's not figures like, well, I guess there's like nothing I can really do from here, and says, "Okay, sure, why not? You guys need a McDonald's." And cracks the door open and steps outside.
Yeah. I don't know if the residents want to describe the feeling of the people in the city, like in the village, as you walk to the silver platter.
The first tour of the village, there was like a couple people out like tending their lawns, walking dogs, etc. It felt pretty normal. Now there's more people outside. They tend to move in like groups of 2 or 3, and they don't seem to be like doing anything, but they are moving. They're going in a direction. Maybe they're just walking, maybe they're just getting some exercise. But there tends to be less places in the village that are like, oh yeah, this is nice. Like no one's here.
I'm kind of thinking like Truman Show-esque or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have not seen it, but if it's similar to what I described, then yes, that.
Okay.
Yeah, so the theme of this episode was the prisoner attempts to directly undermine the administrator.
Mhm.
So I think maybe you tell me what you do when instead of actually getting to the silver platter, we get to do we want to go to the location slide 7 real quick?
Yeah.
We
How are you going to undermine this child?
Well, I think it seems very easy to undermine a child, right? Or theoretically.
theoretically.
Yeah.
But you get to the council seat, and I think like the administrator walks towards the double doors of this building, and this way, please.
Were we
Number
not-
77 greets you with a pale skin, wan smile, deep bags under eyes. And good morning. Great to see you here once again. Will you be joining us today, number 22?
I was under the impression we were going to the silver platter.
It was recently remodeled. It has been moved to the council seat temporarily.
I think as soon as 77 finishes saying that, I want to say like a panel van, but the size of like a smart car, just zooms past right behind the prisoner, like a foot or two away, close enough that your clothes move with the passing air, with like that just two-tone siren that I'm not going to do in people's ears,
I appreciate
going
that.
as it goes.
I think like the prisoner is like a little shaken when the siren goes by and just sort of like slaps himself on the cheek a little bit and like looks back up and says, "I'm sorry, do you know the administrator, right? This kid?" It says that to 77.
Yes, the administrator has been doing a fantastic job of stewarding the village. You would be wise to heed their guidance.
Right, but I mean, he was just one of you, right?
Please make your way inside. Your
I wonder.
McDonald's Big Mac is waiting for you.
McDonald's Big Mac.
I wonder if this is the compliance defiance escape choice for Section A.
Yeah,
My main thing is that we don't know what like the concept of the episode is yet. We know the basic idea is trying to undermine the administrator. We just don't know what the plan for how that's going to play out looks like. I kind of want to see, okay, how is that going to look large scale? And then happy to like go on to like number B. I just don't know what we'd be ramping up yet if we went into phase B.
yeah. I think
okay with
I think that makes sense. Just to like get us a feel for what is the central like premise here. In that interest, I think that the prisoner will begrudgingly follow the administrator inside after trying to sway 77.
Then I think you end up getting into an elevator, and unless you say anything, it's dead silence the entire way, and you don't feel the elevator move at all. But after a few moments, the doors reopen again, and you're like facing a hallway, and the administrator walks down the hallway.
I look down at the side of the hallway. The administrator isn't walking down. Have we been inside council hall or council seat yet?
I don't think so.
And not on screen. I think the walls here at this level, wherever we are here, are not clinical but institutional, maybe. Like it's a linoleum floor in that very like muted, not quite lime green. I think the walls are like the cinder blocks painted to be like smooth, semi-glossy in a similar color. It's fluorescent lighting, which I don't think we've seen anywhere else in the in the village.
Like, is it very
Public
harsh fluorescent?
core.
Yeah. I was thinking like there's always that one like in a small town. There's actually like town hall is weirdly like new but old compared to everything in different ways, which I think matches up to like what this is in a way. Yeah. But yeah, I think the prisoner looks down the other end of the hallway. Are there like offices in here? What's the deal?
I want to. So cards on the table. I want to lead you to an interrogation room.
Okay.
So Ian, if you want to describe what this hallway looks like, feel free. But that's where I'm trying to get.
No, there are. It is a long. There are no doors on the sides. It is a long corridor leading to a single door. It's a round door. It does not have any windows or any apparent mechanism to open it.
I think the prisoner sort of purses their lips in clear dissatisfaction, but will step out of the elevator and follow the administrator.
Then I think you get to the end of the hallway, and as you approach the door, you said it was circular, Ian. I wonder if it opens like a camera aperture.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, aperture science.
And you get in, and there is a table and a fluorescent light in a similar manner as before. And there's no windows here, but on the table there is a like steel tray, and on that tray is a plate, and on that plate is a Big Mac with a toothpick in it. Gourmet.
Can I add a detail to this?
Yes, please.
The room is slightly larger, so it's more of a rectangle than a square. There's a second table farther back, where I think to bring in some of the there's been multiple episodes. Number 21 is still around.
Mhm.
It is not the same number 21.
Oh,
Something
fuck
happened to them some
Oh.
episodes a while ago. Like they had some confrontation with the prisoner and were like lost badly enough, were damaged somehow, and the next day was a different 21, and all the banners and like statue had changed.
That's
So
amazing.
But they still act the same. They still respond to number 21, and they still like have the star-shaped plaque that says "You are superior" like on the wall of their home.
What does this? Do they wear anything that signifies it? Like, or is there a certain look to them that like shows like that connection still?
I think you just know them from after the new 21 arrived, and you just know this is like number 21 from like quote unquote previous episode, but they had to like reintroduce themselves.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think 22 looks, or the prisoner looks at. Oh man, that's probably not good if I refer. The prisoner looks at the administrator and says, "What is this? Is this a bribe? What are you trying to do here?"
We're here to have a conversation, and you said you had wanted food.
I was mostly kidding about the McDonald's thing. I don't really go for fast food.
Well, we can get you something else if that would suit your appetite better.
Mm,
I think the administrator goes and sits in a chair. It's still holding by like 3 Red Balloons.
I can't be swayed with just food. You should know that by now.
I don't think there's a
This is his
response.
plan.
There's a response.
Oh, go for it. Yeah.
The aperture of the door begins to close.
Yeah.
If we feel like we have now established the stakes of what escalates or not, I think this is the does the prisoner remain or try to get out of this
Yeah.
situation.
I think that's good.
Is this the big 3 question here?
Mm-hmm.
Or-
Yeah, I think go to slide 3 so we can look at the options.
That's it.
I think this is probably for, because I don't think the prisoner wants to eat the food, nor do they necessarily want to try and escape right now, even though like there is an opportunity. I think this is defiance, like in not doing what the administrator wants them to do. Also part of that, like trying to undermine them by not eating the food here.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll like take a seat, but notably like not eat or anything or do anything.
Yeah, like refuse us to be quote unquote bribed.
Mm-hmm. It kind of rides the line between compliance and defiance for me.
Yeah, I was.
You're not eating the food, but you're not really like directly resisting what's happening either. And also, we've done defiance twice so far.
Yeah, I'd be okay calling this compliance too. I think
think
I
you could
in
just
being
not eat
willing
the-
to like. Oh, sorry.
I think not having the food could just be like an element of brashness.
Yeah, it's like complying in a defiant way. Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Okay.
So-
So yeah, it looks like control increases by 1, independence increases by 1, and surveillance, what makes it a 3, not a 1, and surveillance decreases to 0. And then if we
Awesome.
go to slide 4, we can then see, okay, what new plot element do we want to bring in? And the prisoner can choose either one of the ones from episode 3, because that's where we're at, or you can choose 2 of them from episodes 2, or the one we didn't use from episode 1. The prisoner angrily lashes out at those around them.
That's a good question. 2 of 2 or 1 of 3? I kind of like the chronology one, I'm not gonna lie.
Ooh.
That seems dope.
Yeah. Let me look at the 2 ones too first. Although private thoughts of prisoner are known by all residents is also very good.
Very appropriate to interrogation. Is it too appropriate for
Man.
interrogation?
There's too many good options here is the thing, you know?
Curse you, Tanya Floaker, for making a very good game.
Yeah. I think if we want to go with okay. Maybe this doesn't fit the scene very well, like or in terms of like trying to undermine here. But if we've set the precedent that they're trying to make the prisoner like a council seat member, maybe the prisoner becomes the administrator for a short time.
Whoa. Ooh.
But I don't think that fits the scene though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think we could do here if we wanted to is like we cut in time and
Yeah.
the prisoner leaves the room and like the previous administrator and number 22 stay inside.
Mm-hmm.
And like something happened, some discussion, some decision was made, but right now the prisoner's the administrator.
I like that. I think I do want to go with that one. Yeah.
That's fascinating. Yeah. Ash, you said 21 leaves or 21 stays in and with the previous administrator?
Mhm.
Okay,
My
cool.
only concern is how would that affect how would that affect Anna right now? Because
I'll figure it out.
okay. Okay, we'll figure it out.
We've seen the administrator like teleport and like defy physics. I'm not super
Yeah.
worried about the authority being able to show back up again or the administrator being able to show back up again.
I have a pitch.
Then I kind of want to see what the prisoner does with their newfound authority.
If the prisoner is the administrator for the time being, and the administrator's job is to ensure that the prisoner acts how they should, do we introduce a new prisoner, lowercase p, who Anna plays?
Ooh, that's
For-
fascinating.
for,
That's
like,
crazy.
maybe for like phase B.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
like that.
maybe like you exit the room and I'm not sure how this is communicated to you, but like somebody approaches you and this is like a face that truly you could not tell, you would not be able to say if you've seen this person before, but says, are you the administrator? I was told I was supposed to come talk to somebody named the administrator. My name's my number is 23.
I think the prisoner is wearing one of the masks now. I think that's like part of the thing.
Yeah,
that's so good. Like visually, like we see that change.
I love that.
I think like there is a start because this is not a position they probably expected themselves to be in. But before they like realize, like, of course, yeah, they're the administrator, and it says, yes, that's me. Um, how nice of you to come find me, I guess.
Well,
How did you get in here?
I don't remember. I woke up and I was in a house, and there was a note, and it said, "Come to um the council seat," and there was a handy Polaroid picture of it, and talk to the administrator, and there was a Polaroid picture of you. So I guess putting two and two together, unless I've misunderstood something.
No, I think you're good. I think I'm supposed to give you a tour.
That
Uh,
sounds right. I don't know
it-
where I'm going.
A door on your right in the hallway, just a normal rectangular doorknob, all that sort of stuff, opens for you, um, leading. It has like a comfortable like sitting room with what appears to be a sort of diorama map of the village in a table on a table in the middle of it.
Well, that's convenient.
Yes, it
Can I add a
is.
quick detail as well from before?
Mhm.
They were not there when the number 23 woke up. Number 23 has a roommate.
Oh,
Yeah, there is there's a second person living in their home as well.
but they were not there
Interesting.
when I woke up.
hmm
Okay.
But like there's like a second bed, like second like closet space, whatever, clearly set up for two people to be there, and like looks signs that someone else had been living there, just wasn't there at the moment.
I think the prisoner looks up at the before like going into where um this model of the city is. It looks up. Are there cameras watching the prisoner right now?
They're not what there are like the CCTV camera that you would expect to like this isn't the dome ones, these are the following ones. They are tracking the lowercase. They're tracking 23. You're probably in the shots always, but the cameras are tracking 23.
Okay. I think they're like gonna take like a little note of that and then like sort of escort 23 and say, come on, I have to give you a little bit of a tour around the village, and we'll sort of shuffle them into the room.
So how long have you been here? Follows you along here.
How long have I been here? I think they sort of think for a second, and then like suddenly they realize they don't really know. Like they're actually not entirely sure.
Theoretically, unless something has happened, you know it's less than like 44 days, 6 hours, and 12 minutes or something, because number 77 has not yet been promoted.
Yes. Oh my gosh, yes. I think we'll probably say like maybe a month ish.
Oh, interesting. And you're already the administrator there. That's or you're already welcoming new people into the village. That's so exciting.
Well, I guess it's exciting. Yeah. I think they're a little uncomfortable, and they say, but things move fast around here, I suppose. Um,
To push us
I,
forward a little bit, I think we might like have to like zoom through the tour and kind of get like the general gist of it.
Mhm.
Like is the prisoner genuinely trying to be like fulfill the role of the administrator, be like a better version
no.
of the administrator than they got, just fake it?
The goal was to take 23 to this room with the diorama and try to lead the tour somewhere where they can escape. That's the goal.
Okay. So you've gained some authority, some control, immediately use it to try and leave. Okay.
That's
Yes.
interesting to me. So maybe we can like hand wave past a few different locations. And where do you think we go to try and make the escape? Like where do you pitch it to 23?
Okay. We have the locations that we have now, right? We can't
Mhm.
have but we can't have a new location created, right?
You
I
can
think
add
we
more.
can. I think
village
Ian
we
just
can
has to
add
do it.
more. Yeah,
Can
do
you-
you want me to come up with a place for you for this?
Yeah, can I? Because I think all the ones we have currently are more like central in town, or at least like how we would go around that like sort of circle path thing. I was wondering if you could help me create a place that would be like a more the outskirts kind of vibe, you know?
New location, the airport.
No, the don't tempt the aviation nerd with putting a municipal airport here. No, it's the lighthouse.
Ooh.
There's no shore. There's just on a hill near what seems to be the edge of the village, judging by where buildings are, is a lighthouse. Run down isn't the right word. It's very much, it's got the ivy crawling up over it, that sort of thing. But it doesn't look, it's not crumbling or anything. The glass at the top isn't cracked. There is you can even see the mechanism spinning the light about at the top. It doesn't appear to be lit.
Mm.
I also yeah, that's if you want more, I can give you more, but
No, you're good. You're good. I think that's good. Yeah, I think the prisoner says to 23 says, and this here is the lighthouse. It's further out from town, but if you're looking for a quiet place, it's
A
a
place
nice
to get
place
away
to
from
be.
it all, perhaps.
A place to get it away from it all. Yes, indeed.
Is there um a a shore or a beach or the ocean around here?
Never got the chance to check.
I mean, that's
Do
the
you want
point
to
of
check
a
with me?
lighthouse, right? Yeah, I mean, of course. It would be kind of odd for there not to be a lighthouse with no purpose to it.
Yeah, it's certainly very odd if there was a lighthouse with no purpose. And I think the prisoner will sort of start wandering off into the beyond, sort of like in the area of the lighthouse, but trying to get into the like outside area. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And I think pauses for a moment and then eventually 23 chases after you. Wait, what do you mean by that?
The second before 23 goes to chase after them, a figure kind of jogs up and stops panting for breath. This is number 17, the waitress from the silver platter that we saw back in the vignettes.
Yeah.
Number 23, how do you recognize her? You know her from somewhere. What is your relationship?
Uh. Um. In my previous life before the village, whenever on my way home from work, I would stop at a bodega and I would pick up a loaf of bread or a jug of milk. And because of the person that I am, I would stop by at the same time every day. And invariably, this person would be in there buying a pack of gum, a lotto ticket, and one other thing. And that one other thing would change. And we became faces that we knew, but I don't think I actually ever spoke to 17.
Catches her breath and goes, "Hi, sorry, I thought I was gonna miss you. I'm your new roommate. Just wanted to say hi."
You're I recognize you.
Well, that's certainly very odd. I can't imagine why. But
You don't Didn't you stop at I think it was from the bodega on
No,
Block
I,
Street
I,
and Fifth.
I work at a diner. It's a very nice diner. Very comfortable, homey even.
It's not that homey.
Yeah, just wanted to help you get settled in. Sorry I wasn't there when you woke up.
No, I appreciate it. Is there room enough for 2 people there?
Yeah, it's a pretty nice place. It's good rent too for 2 people. Number 22, you have never paid rent.
Yeah.
This means kind of like trying to introduce some complication to
It-
overcome
yeah.
or enable with before just walking away and like trying to escape.
I
Still-
think that the prisoner just speaks. Should I just say 22 to prevent confusion here? I'm just gonna say 22 to prevent confusion. 22 says, we actually I'm giving them a tour right now, so you're kind of interrupting something here.
Oh, could I come with? I'd love to help showing them around.
We were just gonna check out the beach that's behind the lighthouse.
Oh, I didn't know there was a beach back there.
Me neither.
Well, then let's all get out of here.
Is this pushing for an escape?
This
It
is
sounds like
pushing
it.
for an escape, yeah.
Let's head back on over to slide 3 then.
Yep.
Awesome.
In my mind, the way that I'm undermining the administrator here is by being the administrator and doing not administrator things. So
Yeah, it looks like it. This is very funny to me.
Mm-hmm. I'll do such a good job as the administrator inwardly. No, I won't. Can't believe they bought that. Okay, so lower independence by surveillance, which is 0. Increase surveillance by 1 second, and then we narrate the events that ultimately bring them back to the village, and then we'll proceed with phase C.
I think I know what brings them back to the village.
Yes,
Is it that there's no
please.
beach?
Hmm?
Is there no beach? And they just wander out and go, beach ain't here. Gotta go back.
I think they start going over, and I think maybe you even hear the the distant but not too distant sound of like waves crashing against a shore. Like maybe it's just it's not like hills, but like gentle rolling sort of thing. Maybe it's just
Sure.
over the next rise. And then all of a sudden, and I think you keep doing this, and it's into evening. And then all of a sudden, there is a stabbing light from the lighthouse that is on you that fixes you almost physically. And you hear coming from multiple directions that siren sound that you heard coming from the van that drove by that went by you earlier.
Is that supposed to happen?
I don't think that 22 responds to 23's question and instead just transfixed by the light and just like a deer in headlights kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like they know what's going to come next.
Are you looking back at the light?
Yeah, staring back into it.
So with the way that like a lighthouse works, where it's the small light source into the mirror beaming light out, I think you're seeing the mirror, and I think you're seeing the worst version of yourself in that mirror.
It's you with them all.
And at this distance, it doesn't make sense that you'd be able to do that, but you can.
Do you guys see that?
Let's see what? Aren't we going to find the beach?
I think the prisoner is just staring into that light and says, "Yeah, the beach. I don't think it's this way."
Well, you're the administrator. You'd know better than I would.
I think the vans arrive again, coming from all directions. There's no obvious source of the siren from them, but they are all around and they're perfectly in sync. Once they weren't in sync at a distance, they are in sync as they converge on you.
That's
There's
good.
just someone in the back of each van just making that sound with their mouth.
I mean, I do think doors open and people step out of them. I'll leave it to the residents to say whether these are these goons? Are the is this the thick neck muscle come here to do? I don't know.
What if it's this is mostly an escalation because we're in episode 3 and also the second of our 2 episodes. What if there are other residents we've just seen in the village in previous episodes? Just like background characters, people I haven't spoken to but just been around. Just
Ooh.
those same clothes.
Yeah, I think you're the residents right now. I think that makes a lot of sense too. So
I forgot I am. I'm not just something. I was like, right. Yeah, I was like, yeah, let's just brainstorm this thing. Okay, yeah, I think it is just the same residents that like we've seen previously who are here and they're like, hey, look like you were getting a little lost wandering out. It's not safe this time of day. And it was hard to tell with like the beam in your face, but like I do think the time has shifted in some fashion. That would probably be up to the village to determine how exactly. But that's part of the argument is that the time of day is not safe to be out this far from the village, and are offering to guide you back with the unspoken thing that like, and if you don't, we will apply some method of some amount of force.
I think whatever the prisoner saw in that light is like kind of a little bit shaken away by the arrival of like it's that brash nature being like, no, like screw you, I can't do this. You know what I mean? And it says, and like it just barely managed to shake away that weird dread they felt, and says, no, I think this is an important part of the tour.
I think there is a long, tense moment here, and then one person nods and is like, "You are the administrator. We'll see you when you get back." And they will. I don't think they will like force you to return, but they will follow from a distance, and maybe this is like more village stuff, but like if or when you get tired enough that you don't want to keep walking, they will offer you a ride back to the village.
I kind of think
Okay.
that 23 is like weirdly caught in the middle here, and is like kind of implicitly trusts you, and is like, but should we really be like, we should probably go back. It's like it's getting kind of dark, you know.
You haven't been here as long as me.
Where are you going?
I don't really know.
You don't have a. You're just. Is this part of the tour?
Yes?
I'm not sure I believe you.
They're the administrator, 23. That means that they know what they're doing. After all, it's a heavy responsibility to be the person people look to for answers.
A root catches 22's foot, causing them to stumble.
I think 22 stumbles and tries to get back up on their feet again. Assuming that they managed to do so.
Yeah. It was just
suddenly, like, the mask feels very heavy on their face, and it's getting harder to breathe as they keep walking. and it's not like exertion. It's certainty. It's like knowing that it's gonna, despite having the best chance they've ever had so far, it's probably gonna fail again.
I think pushing for for choice here to like wrap up the episode. Do you eventually decide to return back to the village, or do you keep going and like no, even with all these people following me and bringing like 23 and 17 like with you, do you keep going and like I will get to somewhere?
They want to reach somewhere very desperately. So I think like until their legs give out, they are going to keep looking for something that's not just these rolling hills.
I
That's defiance then.
I think that's escape,
I think escape makes more sense here.
and
Yeah.
I have an idea for how this like resolves.
Oh,
Go for
cool.
So yeah, first we lower independence surveillance, so it's down to 2. Events increase surveillance by 1. I think that you keep walking, and when you get tired, you rest, and the residents ask if you want to come back, and you say no, and then eventually you get up and you keep walking. And I think it takes like, again, time is weird, but I think by sunrise you make it to somewhere new, somewhere unfamiliar, that with people you don't recognize and houses you don't recognize, and it's not the same spiral, and it's new. And then someone sees the mask on her face and goes, "Oh, the administrator. I didn't know, we weren't expecting you. I'm sorry. Do you have some place that you need to go? I'd be happy to show you around."
I think what was like initially a look of like not, I don't know what the word here is, but it's like happy surprise. It drops as this person addresses them as the administrator and says, "Well, I suppose this is the final part of our tour that I wanted to show you guys." I think we'll look at them and see if they have like a number on them or anything like that.
Are they letters here?
That's very fun. Yeah.
But this is like DC something.
Mm-hmm. I what do we think the letters for this person are?
H.
H.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm very tempted to just make it HI. First person you meet upon arrival. Oh, it's me, HI.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very
Is this
good.
also where we see the original like balloon child administrator like show up again?
I like that. You see from like down like the street, which is like a different style of paving. Maybe it's like paved in actual asphalt, and you see the child with 3 red balloons walking up. What do you do?
I think the spirit can only last you so long. I think at this point, they've already surrendered that this attempt is pretty futile, and just like looking at the balloon boy walking down the street is just like, yeah, I that was gonna happen, you know.
And I think the administrator reaches out his hand, asking for the mask. You had your fun, 22.
I think 22 looks back at 23. What is 23 like? Is 23 still following, or like what does 23 think about this situation?
That is an Ash question now, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if which of us was gonna handle this.
Yeah.
I think 23 is confused. I think that they're looking like from you to the administrator and back and aren't sure what's happening. But 17 is going to like kind of like tug at their sleeve and go, "Come on, our house is this way." and like slowly lead them deeper into this new village.
Ugh.
I think there's like a dread on 22's face, on the prisoner's face, which I can call them the prisoner again, as they look at the boy, sigh deeply, like disappointment, and remove the mask from their face and hand it over.
Is that the end of the episode?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Y'all, I want to lie down after that one.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
guys. I didn't mean for it to be like a loss of hope situation. My bad.
No,
I don't think
I-
that's
I
the. I
think
think that's the game.
Yeah, I think that's where it's going, but like, it's like,
Damn.
oh, there's like decisions and like stuff happen. There's like ramifications here.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got a little under half an hour left for this game, so we're going to skip to the Fallout. The Fallout is the conclusion of things that have happened so far and things that happened off screen, but we can totally refer to as desired. In the Fallout, we choose an administrator to bring back for a final clash between the prisoner, the village, the residents, and the administrator, and we see how things go. We will each narrate our own take on like what happens in this state, like final clash. We can decide to add further details to somebody else's, or do a thing of like, well, in my version it goes like this, and let it be weird, conflicting, and like fracturing. It doesn't all have to add up, but we can still like build on each other. Then after we've gone through and each person has given their take on how it ends, we can answer some questions about like the village, characters, control, and escape at the very end. Does anybody have an idea for like? Well, first we should decide who the returning administrator is. Normally we would have 5. Here we only have technically 4. If we want to go down to slide number 9.
Oh, okay. I am glad you pointed that out. For some reason, I thought that this was that we each picked an administrator, but you're right. It's we all pick one together. No, you're absolutely right.
Oh yeah. Choosing the 4th administrator would make things difficult, I think, but also very weird.
Agree.
I don't think we can, but it's so tempting to try.
I'm up for whatever here, I think. If anyone has strong feelings.
I think I would lean a little bit more towards first or second, personally.
Oops. I just realized I was muted. Sorry, my bad.
Oh.
Yeah,
Shelly?
I was gonna say I like the balloon boy would be my choice, but I also like I'm pretty ambivalent.
I'll play the balloon boy. I don't care. I'll do whatever.
Well, we each play the balloon boy.
Yeah.
True. I'm so excited. I want to see all of your balloon boys.
Do we want to go with that then? Just to bring
Yeah,
back the
let's do it.
balloon boy once again?
Maybe this is another situation where it's like several episodes have passed in between this, and then we've seen other administrators, and now it's the balloon boy again.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're bringing back Balloon Boy as the new and final administrator. Does anyone have any ideas for what this final clash looks like? What is the like winner takes all thing between the village, the administrator, control, and the prisoner?
Do we want to bring back the hot air balloon?
Sure.
Why not?
It's we each narrate our own version of this, so each of us gets to do. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
This is why I thought it was everyone picking their own administrator, because I conflated the two parts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the same administrator, but we can all have like different takes on what happened or different stories, events, etc. This is just whoever has an idea first, so we're not just all just like sitting here in silence while we plan.
Yeah, then I think. Oh, sorry, you go, Ian.
No, please, if you've got something.
Yeah, I think we get a shot of the prisoner who, after the first episode, the events of the first episode, had like squirreled away the like hot air balloon in the shape of 21's face, and had been stitching it back together with an improvised needle and thread until it had been repaired, and until like they could get it working. And in the dead of night, they go outside and start filling it up again. And I think we see the balloon like getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I think
I
paralleling
often love the
like
idea of this being literally 22's face stitched together again and
yeah,
like no longer the same, like reassembled from different parts.
through oh my god, there's like a big blue patch where like a bunch of these curtains were like repurposed. I think like interleaved with like shots of the hot air balloon growing in size, we also get like 3 red helium balloons being inflated for the day's work. Um and I think how much of this should I go? Should I narrate?
You narrate your version of how this clash goes, which can be like you could say like, "Hey, this is where I want to stop," or you could go all the way through until like somebody has like quote unquote won.
Yeah, um I think the prisoner is going through one last check of the bag to make sure that like they have everything they need for a voyage of however long, and realize they're forgetting something important, and has to sneak back into town where they encounter um the administrator. I think there's a discussion. We only see this in montage, I think, maybe like with some musical backing it, and voices start to get raised, and there's a chase where eventually some of these like semi-police like vans like start following like the prisoner, who has to cut through hedges and is able to make up space on these cars by like going by like cutting across the spiral as opposed to like you know, taking the paths and going around. And I think I'm going to cut away before we actually see whether or not the prisoner gets back to the hot air balloon fast enough.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Does anyone else have anything to follow up with that, or to give their own version of what happens instead?
I have a version if nobody else wants to go.
I have something, but I'm happy to wait if you want to go.
Oh no, please, you go ahead. You did call it up before, so you're good.
I think in my version of this, the last episode that we did marks sort of a turning point for the prisoner of growing increasingly desperate. This comes to a head several episodes later, when they gather what they believe are allies, a few allies within the village. I think we saw like 23 and 17, maybe. I think maybe one of them is involved here. We've seen them being able to develop sympathetic relationships with some characters, and tries to storm the council seat. I think we see their the council seat being guarded by other residents that we've seen throughout, and that's who ends up, subduing. We don't see anyone killed. I don't think it's usually like a person gets mobbed by 3 people and pulled away, that sort of thing. But the prisoner makes it to the elevator, takes it down to the lowest level, and enters that hallway with just the single round door at the end, and goes to it and opens it, and this time there's no food. There is the administrator, there is the balloon boy with holding his 3 balloons, and there is there is a door, and there is a matching door at the opposite end of the chamber that the balloon boy stands in between. I think we see, we don't get audio here, but we see the prisoner like yelling or screaming, even like red faced, and the administrator trying to protest at first, but at a certain point becomes a 12-year-old child being yelled at and screamed at and berated by an adult. And we see the administrator reduced to tears and kind of collapses, letting go of their balloons, which float away.
Holy.
And as they do, the prisoner stalks past them to the other door, which Iris is open, and they step through. And when it closes behind them, they are just in a room full of mirror. It is just a mirrored room, and the last shot we have is of the prisoner looking around at all these slightly differently distorted reflections of themselves surrounding them.
So good.
I have something that directly follows up with that, unless Ali, you want to go.
I actually also have something that directly follows up with that.
Fantastic.
Whoa.
At the same time, we'll be able to match. You go first. You go first.
Okay. I want to start my ending at that fight in the council seat. And I think that on the other side of these villagers that are fighting, we actually see the old 21 or the original 21. And they're like getting involved in this. It's not really like physical violence, but there's like pushing and that kind of stuff. And I think 21 gets pushed in a way such that it's like pushing against their face, and we can see the mole smudges, and it was like painted on the whole time. And this is actually the prisoner, but like we don't know what's up with that. And I think like at that point, 21 or the prisoner says like stop, and then like I think all the villagers in the room like freeze frame, and I think like 21 gives a pretty impassioned plea for like the village to turn against the against control, against the administrator, in a way that's like it doesn't seem right coming out of their mouth. But ultimately, like I kind of just want to leave it there. I don't know whether the village would take that and run with it, or whether they would like shame that, you know, and make sure that however this other 21 is here, they do conform. But I think there is an opportunity where everything could change here, and we don't really get to see whether that takes place.
I think my version follows after yours, like, but before your end. So you have the fight, you have the smudging of the mole coming off, and realizing that like maybe they are the same person, and then the prisoner wakes up, and they go through and they try and they go through it again, and they have this fight, but this time they don't see 21. This time they go down, have the screaming match with the administrator, step through the door, see like the room full of mirrors, and they wake up, and they go through it again, and they have the same fight, and they go through a different door this time, and they find themselves in a room full of other people who they don't recognize, stuck in a kind of like blank, like it's a white space where there is like supplies and food, but no exit. And there's a bunch of other people there that they've never seen before, who all introduce themselves as the prisoner, number 22, if pressed for a number. And they are distrustful, and they don't work together. And eventually one person speaks up and says, look, we're never going to get anywhere like this. We need someone to take charge. And we see them do a vote. And we see them elect an administrator and elect council members.
Oh yes! Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I think
That's
that's gonna wrap
great.
these off. But I also want to call out 2 donations made in the past few minutes. Thank you very much to Ari for £70, and thank you very much to Mads for £200 with the comment "Love you guys,"
Whoa!
which brings us up to
Holy moly.
£4,700, which is our goal for the stream.
Let's
Like, towards the
go.
goal.
Let's go, Mads! Holy shit!
Yeah. Thank you so much to Mads, to Ari, to everybody who has donated during this
Yeah.
game, during previous games, during this entire live stream. Is fantastic. Okay, to briefly wrap this up and then let the actual like hosts and people who organize this like do a further like thanking of everybody. We've got some questions to answer after this fallout. First question is, what was the village and what was its final fate? Does anybody have like an answer or an idea for this?
I kind of do.
Hmm.
I
this
don't
another
think the
situation-
village. Oh, sorry.
Is this another situation where our answers are divergent, or do we all center around a single answer?
I can read this from the book. Everyone discusses and attempts to give their own answers to each of the following questions. Answers may be
Yes.
ambiguous, conflicting, surreal, and/or impressionistic.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Take
you
it away,
don't
take it away,
have to
Ari.
decide on a specific answer. You can just be like, I don't know, here's my thoughts, and then move on.
Mm-hmm.
I guess my thing is I don't know if the village was real. Like
Ooh.
I like the idea that it was all sort of it's this sort of recursive thing where it's like the thing that created the village was also the thing that the village created.
Mm.
And so like the village was never real. It's just this loop of unreality that
perhaps.
feeds a spiral that feeds back into itself. Ooh, we're getting very Junji Ito with it with the spiral stuff, yeah.
I was gonna say.
But I like the idea that its final fate is that it's just doomed to repeat that, you know? Just to repeat the same, what is it, 44 days over and over again in a loop.
It's a solution created to solve like a problem that it creates by existing.
Mhm.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if I have any better answer than that.
Yeah, me neither.
I think that the village is an attempt to. I think it's an attempt to prove something. I think with the one of the main characteristics of like our prisoner was that they were brash and tended to come into a space and take over in some areas, look for that control. And I think the village was trying to take away that control and then give them opportunities to take it back and see what they did.
Yeah.
And I think there was like, I think that overall there was a like in some of the episodes maybe we didn't get to see as well. There's a push to be like, okay, what do you do with power? Why do you want this? In the episode where they become the administrator for a time, it is pushing a very particular idea of what it means to be the administrator, which is you are also a pawn of this. You are not in charge as you think you are. This is hard and you have to make decisions and people look at you and like expect you to know what you're doing. And I don't know if the end result was trying to see like, and will the prisoner overcome that? Will the prisoner decide they don't want control? Or is it all just like a cruel game to be like, look, isn't this what you wanted? Don't you hate it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I like that.
I think the village is the prisoner attempting to reconcile something that happened, the thing that led them to resign. I think something with whatever their job was went catastrophically wrong, and it went catastrophically wrong because they completely misjudged a person and acted on it because they are this creature of confidence in their actions, of ownership of spaces, and of wearing their emotions and their feelings about people on their sleeves. They trust that, and that they were so completely misled and betrayed by this other person, but also betrayed by the qualities that they defined themselves by. Um, was incredibly traumatic for them. And I think this is, I think the village is their own attempt to try to reconcile that. I don't know if they succeed in doing so.
Mm-hmm.
Anna, do you have an idea or thoughts to put here?
Yeah, the only other different interpretation that I've been thinking through is like we saw like a struggle between like someone in a mask that was the administrator mask and the prisoner, or who would become the prisoner, in this apartment that, or this like penthouse apartment that was like full of glass. And I almost wonder if the village was the reflection of a piece of artwork in like one of these panes of glass in this prisoner's apartment as he lied dying on the ground. It wasn't a kidnapping, but it was like a murder, tying up a loose end. And
It was like the last
this,
dying throes of a guy's brain.
yeah, and it creates this whole place that doesn't make sense and doesn't fit together. But like in trying to figure out, how did I get here? What happens next? How do I move forward from this? This is what was created.
Mhm. Yeah, I love how we can have such like very different interpretations based on the couple of episodes we were able to do.
Yeah.
I think
Mm-hmm.
of the other questions, I think we only have time for like one more, so not like
Mhm.
going too overtime for the wrap up. Of which are you guys more interested in answering? How do you feel about the various characters, or did anyone escape? Is escape possible?
I think did anyone escape is escape possible.
Yeah, that would be my choice.
Sounds good then.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
I think my answer for that would be no one escaped. At least in like the ending that's my interpretation. No one really escapes ever. Like it's not a thing where you can just leave, and outside of like maybe at some point the loop gets broken, but like yeah.
This might looking at this might be a weird pitch for this. I'm looking through our residents. I think that some people escape, and that I mean that in a weird way. I think 17 escapes. I think 37 escapes. I think maybe eventually Balloon Child escapes.
Do you think it's like oh sorry.
I think it is, if it is an actual escape from the village, it is a long, long time coming.
Yeah.
But I think for several of them, there are constraints, there are limitations, them being told, like, you cannot leave, you must, like, act in these ways, go by these numbers. But I think that they find some happiness in that. I think that they are like, okay, there's limitations to what I can and cannot do. Within those limitations, I will find my own place. I will make my own home. I will like carve out my own happiness. And that gets them through and gives them hope and gives them, because they are coexisting with the machine and not directly fighting against it all the time, they are eventually able to like shrug it off.
It's like the ultimate defiance through compliance kind of situation.
I think 17 likes working at the diner. I think it's weird, but I think she'll like,
It's so good.
she knows a mirror in the corner where she can duck off when it's not busy and like make a face and laugh at like how it looks.
Mhm.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah. I think for my version of the village, it's the first administrator that gets out because I think that's the version of the prisoner that emerges from this. Is we go from this commanding the room, complete confidence, hard on the sleeve, always reacting openly to people, to someone who is polite and accommodating and wears a mask. Someone who manipulates, who pokes and prods, but who always keeps themselves to themselves, keeps something hidden, and doesn't force themselves into a position of power, but tries to manipulate their way to that.
This is related to that kind of. I like the dynamic between like a one that wasn't called out, but like between the first administrator and the prisoner, because the prisoner in that first like partway through the vignettes would like take things and pocket them and like try and like grab things in case it might be useful later. And the first administrator would produce things, would show up with like an apple, like have the hammer like ready to pass over.
Hmm.
And they both like keep things in weird pockets, but one person is
Yeah.
taking them, and the other person is almost offering them.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point.
Anna, are you the person who has not mentioned like who escapes yet?
Yeah, I have. Or I haven't yet, but I'm struggling to think if anyone does. I'm not.
Mhm.
I think I'm on the escape isn't possible train. Like we're talking about escape broadly here, but I think I keep on thinking about 77. So exhausted, tired, the sunken eyes, like trying to greet people coming into um the council seat, and it feels to me like 77 is the kind of person who would eventually become a council member and would sit in that seat and would still be tired.
And there'd be a 77 outside.
Exactly.
Their
Mhm.
job would
And
be to tell the new 77, this is what you have to do, you're going to hate it.
yeah. And I think even in that situation, I don't think that's escape. Or I think 77 would know that it couldn't be.
Mhm.
Very cool. Okay, yeah, we are at just after midnight. I think that is how we wrap up our game of Be Seeing You. Lots of metaphors, foils, weird things happening, surreal technology. This was a blast. As we are heading out and making way for the final wrap up group, I want to go down the Discord list one by one and just do you have anything to shout out? Anywhere you want people to like find you? And then also, do you have a moment from the live stream that has been your favorite across these past few days? Starting with Ali.
Yeah. I'm Allie. You can find me on Blue Skies at Muddy Hughes. Um I just want to say like I'm so proud of the fact that we crushed that goal, that original goal, like so quickly.
Mhm.
I thought that was crazy, and it's wonderful to see like what this community can come together and do. I'm really proud of everybody, and I think all the GMs and all the players and the facilitators. Thank you, Cole, in here with us right now. Did a great job. So, yeah.
Sounds good. Anna.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Anna. You can find me on Blue Sky technically at Seaside Sepulchre and also on itch.io as Seaside Sepulchre, where you can find Capes in the Dark, the game that ran previously that I wrote with Rosetta. So you should check that out because it was really cool. Thank you for running this game, Ash. I think if I was to say my favorite bit from the stream, I think I really, really loved Slug Blaster. I think that was such a fun game, and I had a really great time hosting that. So that's what I'd say.
Yep, I am Ash. Hopefully, you cannot find me on the internet. Um, this is kind of selfish, but like I have not been able to view a lot of the stream. Very busy weekend, but this game itself was incredible. I had such a fun
Mhm.
time coming up with things, sharing ideas, going back and forth. Even with the rotating, this was definitely a highlight I'm gonna look back on very,
Me
very
too.
fondly in the future.
Me
So
too, me
thank you to you all as players, Cole for helping host this, and everyone else who worked behind the scenes to make this happen. Ian?
I'm Ian. You can probably only find me at Roll Plus Bond, but please do. Um, so yeah, trying to pick I'm gonna cheat here. I was trying to explain to someone why this year's stream had felt like I've always been excited about these, but this one felt differently to me. This year, I was more excited than I had been, and I think it's because I feel like I've gotten a lot closer with a lot of folks here on the server in this past year, and so like there was not that I didn't enjoy watching everyone's games the past 2 years, but there was an added thrill to that this year, and that made the whole thing really special.
So then, yeah, I guess it's just the final thing. We were raising money for medical aid for Palestinians. Like I said at the very beginning of this, still a very pressing current situation for a lot of people. There are also a lot of other serious situations going on for a lot of people right now in various communities around the world, in the US. So find people around you, find hope, and find ways to make the world around you a brighter and safer place. I think that is it. Go ahead and pull us out, and hope to see you all next year.
Bye.
Oh, I forgot to hold on.
Bye. Oop.
Sorry. Good night, and be seeing you.
Oh, there
BC.
we
That's an
go.
important. Yeah.